I guess the first thing is there anything else we need to put on the agenda?
Nothing for me.
I don't have anything.
Okay. Carson, I didn't hear. Did you have anything?
Nothing to add.
All right. If not, then we'll go right down the agenda here and start out with data sharing agreements.
Yeah, there
I'll turn it over to you, Carson.
three of them turned in, three of them included in the board packet. One of them for I3 Works is recommended for approval at tonight's board meeting, so I definitely want to focus on that one first. The other two, the Care Clinic and the Fernbrook Family Center agreements, I just kind of want to give you an update about that. So I3 Works is the data entity that has worked with us in the past on a number of projects. And what we'd like to do now is just have an agreement updated every year to work with them. Some examples include working with the shared data mart that was previously hosted by Everhand Joined. And so they did much of that work. But they've also done some work just with the school district. So for example, we run these discipline reports now that will show us an aggregate of data in some very nice slices, I'll say. And so they're the ones who kind of set that work up for us, and then we use the data after the work has been done. So that's a critical one that we'd like to approve at tonight's meeting. Another one is for the Fernbrook Family Center, and that's gone through, that's not on the agenda for tonight's board meeting. I wanted to present it to this committee first, and then bring it to the board meeting in early September. Fernbrook is the entity that provides our mental health services, and so we would like to better outline who does what in the agreement. So it's actually gone through a number of versions over the last few months. And I think we've come to an agreement as far as what the agreement should look like. And it's largely based on what's included in your packet. But I need to verify that they're in agreement with everything that we have written there. And so unless you have some questions tonight, I will follow up with Fernbrook and make sure that we get their signature before I add to the agenda in early September. And then finally, the Care Clinic would like to have a presence in the high school. So I do have a proposed agreement included in the packet. I know that Julie Malin has not been available for the past couple of weeks. And so I need to touch base with her upon her return to make sure that we're on the same page. I also need to check with our high school team to make sure there's a place where a Care Clinic person can be present. So I need to do some more digging before I actually take it to the board for approval, but I wanted to run it by this group first. And then finally, just so I don't forget it, so those are the three agreements. There's also the latest version of the authorization to release student information. And that was all ready to go, but then there was a question posed by Youth Outreach about what they can do or not do with the data that they may have access to. It was a really good question, and our attorney suggests that we change that authorization form one more time just to better describe how those organizations can use data. For example, if an organization wants to show the effectiveness of their work on student attendance, the organization could explain that they served 20 kids, 15 of them saw better attendance rates, five of them did not. We just want to be very clear with the parents who are authorizing release of that information. We want to make sure they know that it could be shared in that form. So again, that's something that we want to change in the authorization form. So those are the four things that are presented this evening to the committee.
And we already have, or have had in the past, work with Fernbrook and i3 Works, right? So it's
Correct.
just Care Clinic that's new, really.
Correct.
Is there anything different about the agreement with Fernbrook or i3 Works from what we've had in the past?
The agreement with Fernbrook was much more general in
Okay.
nature. And so we wanted to pattern the updated agreement largely based on what we've done with the other groups.
Okay.
So the thing that comes to mind right away is in past agreements, they would say that they would follow all state and federal laws for data privacy or the sharing of data.
Mhm.
We wanted to be much more specific as far as what that means in our setting. So there's more verbiage. And we've kind of gone back and forth. They've had some good suggestions. Our lawyers come up with some revisions. And so I think we're ready to go, but I just need to double check that one more time before I take it to the board.
And the i3 contract or agreement hasn't significantly changed?
Correct.
Nikki, you got any comments, questions?
Not at this moment until I more familiarize myself with this, and then.
All right, then I'll go here a little bit. I think everybody's probably noticed that I'm not real keen on sharing a whole lot of data with people. I think should be guarded very closely. If I'm understanding this right, i3 Works would be something that could be gathered by data, and the parents of the students would have to call the school district to opt out of it. Whereas if I'm correct on Fernbrook and Care Clinic, that's the other form that would be parents would be contacted or guardians would be contacted and asked to opt the student in. Is that correct?
Kind of. We do have an opt-out feature, but i3 Works typically works as a school official. And so they are doing work that, employees, could do. And so in that regard, there is no opt-out option. However, if we're talking about data involving a particular student that's going through the data mart, that's going to be shared with a community partner like Youth Outreach, Hispanic Outreach, we do require an opt-in process for that. But as an extra safeguard, parents can also opt out of it. So I think we're doing some redundancy there, but at least there's an option for an opt-out with the latter.
Okay, and are all districts doing what i3 Works is doing for us? Is that something other districts are all doing?
Boy, it's hard to say for sure what districts do and don't do because there's a wide variety of data work. We have all sorts of different arrangements with, for example, our student management system, Synergy. We have work with them, and again, they're acting as a school official when they're doing that work. We also contract with Region 1 out of Moorhead, which provides services that would qualify as a school official too. And many others who are acting as school officials. The one thing that's different about i3 Works is that they also work with that data mart. And so that's why I've made that a high priority to get that agreement in front of this committee and then the school board.
So what is essential that i3 Works gives us? What do we have to have that they do? What are we looking for from them?
Yeah, the best examples would be some of the previous work that has proved to be instrumental. For example, 2 years ago, we asked them to develop essentially a dashboard that would more easily break down the data that we get from our student management system. So they developed this behind the numbers report that breaks down the data in a much better way than what we could do previously. So that particular report can show how many discipline incidents, for example, a particular student has had. It can break down where incidents are happening. For example, are they happening in the hallway, in the classroom? They've also provided some work as far as identifying kinds of violations, and then they work with Synergy to make sure those things are implemented. So it's a wide variety of things. If we had our own data person, we would be doing that work ourselves, but we don't have that data person, so we rely on i3Works.
So I read through the confidentiality section, but like, can you help me out? What do the lawyers say about like what this agreement allows i3Works to share and doesn't share? Like this, I did read through this. It's just really dense. And, sometimes I'm not sure when they're talking, when it's talking about like proprietary information, right? Is that like, regarding the students? Is it regarding how our school functions? There's a lot in this. So I'm just wondering what permissions this gives i3Works. So we're having them work with our data so that we can use it better. So we have better information. But what else can they do with the data without our permission?
Yeah, or maybe also another way would be our permission and parent permission.
Okay, sure.
So to me, that's the biggest thing. So that they will do work with us, and then they can't share that with others.
Okay.
Unless we've authorized it.
Okay.
And in the case of our community partners, parents would also have to opt in for that information to be shared.
Okay.
So they're the ones working behind the scenes to provide that information to the community partners if there's a parent release form.
Okay. So this is really just something that's happening within, i3Works is doing work basically like as a contractor within the school system. It's not using the data for any other purposes. It's just for our purposes and then giving it to people that parents have authorized.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm nervous about it yet, but that's me. So I haven't seen or heard the answer to my question. What are other districts doing? How much data they're gathering? I sometimes wonder if we aren't gathering too much data sometimes. So everybody can do what they got to do, I guess. So if I'm hearing this right now, Every Hand Joined won't be gathering data anymore?
Correct. Yeah, and I hate to sound purposely vague, but I think sometime after Friday, there'll be some announcements made about Every Hand Joined. And so there'll be a dramatic change as far as who does what. And so there was no need for an educational data sharing agreement with Every Hand Joined this year.
What do we pay i3Works?
It's $130 per hour.
How many hours does it usually amount to? Do you know?
Oh, I will say
Like what's our total bill usually annually?
roughly, well, it really depends on the type of project,
Okay.
that's happening. That should be scaled back somewhat this year. I would assume it's around $10,000 to $15,000 per year, but it really depends on the project.
So that's significantly less than if we were to pay our own data management person.
Oh, yeah, no
To be
no
here.
question about that. Yeah. Now, if we had our own data management person, then we could do more things
Right.
with the data,
Sure.
like running reports for teachers and for professional learning communities and those kinds of things. Whereas we don't want to be spending $130 per hour on doing that kind of work. Right now, with the way it's set up, we have to do that. So just to give you an idea of what their statement of work would look like for this year initially, of course, this can change. They would work with us to assist the district with reporting tools such as EdSpring. So we're hoping that that they can provide enough training and development of reports so we can do much of that work ourselves. EdSpring shows is kind of an interface between our student management system and school users. And so we want to be able to kind of accelerate our use of EdSpring. We think that's the long-term answer. They would also troubleshoot some of the challenges with some other platforms that integrate with our student management system. The second main area is metrics reporting. So that would be to help create reports and dashboards to track measures of success. And so we would ask them, can you pull data from Synergy or from some other source so that we can see it on our computer screen on a regular basis as far as attendance rates? Or perhaps it's the number of kids who have a completed work plan, for the future, or whatever those things might be. They would work with us to set up the reports, that would be generated on a nightly basis, most likely. The next item would be, work with staff members to ensure processes are in place and being followed to collect accurate data to those measures. So again, they'd be the people working behind the scenes to develop the dashboard and then to make sure that we're getting the right data into that dashboard. You can also see the reports and analysis as far as reports for behind the numbers, behavioral reports that I talked about earlier, as well as information about grades and other assessment results. And then the final area that hopefully we'll transition out of would be continued support for managing opt-in and opt-out processes using Synergy groups. We spent a lot of time this past year on that particular area, and I think we're very close to implementing it really well. But with any new process, it's going to take some time and some checking this year to make sure it's set up correctly. And I have confidence in that, but we want I3 Works to monitor that for us.
I personally am fine with this. I think I really love seeing the data and seeing, the actual numbers put to things, because otherwise we can say, just looking back at, recent decisions like hiring the school safety coordinator, that one of the things included in that was that, most of the behavioral incidents are happening with 7th and 8th graders or happening at this time. That when it's anecdotal and, people say, oh, it seems like this is what's happening, that might be different than when we can see that data to say, this is the area in which we're having the most problems, or, just all of that information. When we rely on anecdotal evidence or just people's memories, it's not as good. Or, when we're relying on data that we're getting from like big standardized tests, it's not as meaningful as being able to work with our own data of our students to be able to pull out meaningful information and assess how we're doing on different things. And then just to inform, the decisions that we make, the decisions the administration makes and teachers and the board. So it seems like a good fit for me and, more cost effective than us hiring our own at this point.
By the way, the statement of work does indicate that on average there would be no more than 15 hours per month. That comes out to a kind of a budget expectation of no more than $23,400. I think it's going to be less than that because we control the statement of work. We can say yes or no to different things. But I just wanted to be upfront about that.
All right, well, there's a recommendation here that I see. I move to recommend to the school board approval of the data sharing agreement with Care Clinic, Fernbrook Family Center, and I3 Works. I don't know if anybody wants to act with that wording because I heard a little bit of concern about the Care Clinic contract, is that right?
Are we not ready to move Care Clinic and Fernbrook to school board, whole board? Is it just I3 Works that we're looking at today?
Yeah, I3 Works would be for today.
Okay.
And then if this committee, doesn't have any other significant questions, then I would take the next two to the September 7th board meeting.
So before we would meet again?
Right.
Okay.
Obviously, if there was a significant change, then we'd want to regroup and review it. But if it's a matter of a sentence here or there, or a phrase with the wrong date or something, I think we could take it directly to the board. By the way, next year, things are going to be a lot easier because we will have templates for these. And so hopefully we'll just be changing the years on most of them.
I don't really have any concerns about Care Clinic, just that it's new. So, I think that I'm less concerned about us continuing something that we've already been doing, at least in theory, than, adding something new. But I, have confidence in Care Clinic as an organization, and the work that they want to do with our students seems logical and, appropriate. So I don't have any particular concerns, but that was just why I asked though, is that it's new, that always kind of, I think, means we should take a little extra look at it.
Do you want to make the recommendation or a motion to recommend?
Sure, I will. As written, I move to recommend the school board approval of the data sharing agreements with Care Clinic, Fernbrook Family Center, and I3 Works.
Is there a second?
Hi, Nikki Buck, second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. I've stated my position before, so I don't need to say any more. I guess anybody else have any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. No, I didn't say aye. So there's two ayes. I say no. So motion carries.
Okay.
He recommends it goes there. Thank you.
Arlen, would you mind if we skip to the handbooks and then wrap up with a review of policies?
Yeah. As I find the handbooks
Yeah,
on the agenda here.
two handbooks for review by the committee and then hopefully approval by the board tonight. First of all, for Nikki and Anna, I'm sorry that they're coming at the second meeting in August. We try to do this earlier, but we've had some other things that we've had to focus on. So normally it's a better timing, but we do get the school board to approve the student handbook and the employee handbook each year. I did share the documents, like the student handbook, with the principals for their review. There are some fairly significant changes in a couple of areas. The one that and I also included a red line version of them so you can kind of see what the changes are. In my mind, there are two huge changes in the student handbook. One has to do with cell phones at the high school. Arlen and I have seen this come and go over several years. Just to give you some feedback, maybe about 5 years ago, we had some significant issues with behavior, especially in the hallways. And so there was a group of us that met with teachers to see, what can we do? What should we do? One of the recommendations from the teacher group at that time was to ban cell phones, except for very limited circumstances. So that's been the policy for maybe 2 or 3 years. Arlen, you might remember more than
Yeah, I think we put the policy in effect just ahead of COVID,
Yeah,
and where they had to keep the cell phone in the locker, can only use it at lunchtime or something like that. I believe it was just right ahead of COVID, if I remember right. I don't think we had another no use at all ahead of that. That was all tied with advisory period issues and everything else. It was a lot of issues at the high school.
Right, yeah, and so we implemented the new policy with mixed success. It was not popular among students or staff members, and it became a real tough enforcement issue because we'd have kids with their cell phones in their back pocket, for example. And then we were essentially asking teachers to monitor who has phones in their back pocket. And that became a challenge. And so George Nemenich and his team at the high school really want to go back to a standard of teacher discretion for use of the cell phones in classrooms. So that's what's represented here. Again, it's like a complete 360. 5 years ago or one way, it was the opposite 2 or 3 years ago, and now we're going back to teacher discretion. I do have confidence in Principal Nemenich and his team to enforce this. I think their consequences that are listed in the handbook are more reasonable than what we've had in the past in terms of the teacher confiscating a cell phone until the end of the period and then giving it back as a first offense. So I think it's doable, and I want to implement what Principal Nemenich thinks that he can accomplish this year. So that's the one real big issue. Another change has to do with something called flex days. It's included in the academic section of the handbook. And this is patterned after Minnesota state law that allows us to have at least up to 5 days for flex time so that our kids can learn remotely if there's a snowstorm. So it's not related to COVID or anything like that. It's specifically intended for snowstorms and other weather emergencies. So if there is a weather emergency for this coming year, I'm sure there will be, then we could implement a flex day, and then students would learn from home, teachers would teach from home, and we would not lose a day of instruction. That's really important because we have to meet minimal standards for instructional minutes each year. By implementing these flex days, the kids can have a day of instruction and we don't lose those instructional minutes. So I know we've talked about it before at a personnel committee, and I think mentioned it at 1 or 2 board meetings, but now it's officially in our student handbook.
How does this work if, so we now have one-to-one technology, but if the students have left their Chromebooks at school, how is that, are we going to ask students to bring their Chromebooks home every night, or how is that going to work? Because otherwise we can't necessarily know that everybody has computer access.
Yeah. Ideally, kids would take their devices home with them.
Okay.
That's the best option. Most, I would guess most, probably have a second device already at home, so they could theoretically learn from home even if they leave one at school. But yeah, we would hope that everyone has a device at home.
Is there, I don't see it in here, but is there like a contingency plan? So like, let's say, my internet goes out on the day of the snow day. Like, how does my kid get excused essentially from that day, or is able to turn their work in late, or how does that work?
Yeah, we don't have some of those details worked out
Okay.
because so much of it is individualized based on circumstances. But certainly there will be situations when something just doesn't. And, we'll make allowances so that they can still access what was taught.
Okay.
And then they'll just have to turn in their homework in an appropriate period of time.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're definitely. Now, at the elementary school, so everything we've talked about is more for the secondary school students. The elementary, some of those grades will not be taking their Chromebooks home with them. And so that's why we called it, instead of e-learning days, we're calling them flex days. We're patterning our program after what Northfield Public Schools does,
Okay.
where they have something like a bingo card. And then on each one of those days, they have to do certain activities that are on that bingo card in order to qualify for learning on that day. The reason we're doing that is that they won't be taking their devices home necessarily every night. but we want to give them activities that they can do at home on weather emergencies. And so then we'll have expectations as far as when they have to return those materials.
Okay, are we still supplying hotspots to our students that don't have internet access, or is that discontinued now?
You know, we will be on a case-by-case basis. There's not an urgent need as there was in the past because we'll have very limited need for distance learning, hopefully. But I'll give you an example. If there is, let's say someone is quarantined this year for 2 weeks, should not happen often, but let's say there is, then we could check out a hotspot to that family for 2 weeks during the quarantine period. So that's one of the examples of an exception that we're able to give.
Well, it's a good move on the Flex. I think the concept, Goodhue County Ed District, I believe, has been using it for a few years already. I think Goodhue has been set up with that for several years, and kind of a shame that we aren't the leader, and we should have been the first to be doing that. So I'm all behind it.
Yeah, and obviously COVID has been a horrible thing for all of us. One of the blessings that came out of it is that it forced us to do Chromebooks for all kids. And so now we can expect our kids in grades 7 through 12 to have access to a Chromebook or some other computer device, which means that we can expect them to do this learning at home during weather emergencies and still give access, to all the technology. If there aren't any other questions, do you mind if I jump into the employee handbook?
Do you need any recommendation from us here on that, or is it just there? And just want a consensus that's all right, or what are you looking for?
Yeah, either the consensus, or if you want to vote, maybe after I go over the employee handbook, then you could make a recommendation for both.
And that's on tonight's agenda also, right?
Yep. And so that's included also in your packet. And, really there aren't as many significant changes here. I changed some dates, and some things like that, but nothing that's particularly noteworthy. So I don't think there are going to be major issues in terms of the employee handbook. But if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
So all of these non-discrimination changes are just like what we've already approved, just plunked into here.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's one reason I wanted that decision, so that I could update the handbooks accordingly. If there aren't, let's see. Yeah, the district is going to be pursuing some possible changes in the teacher agreement. And so if any of those changes are adopted, then we'll have to come back with an updated employee handbook for approval. But there's no need to make those changes now because we haven't negotiated some of those changes. But if there aren't any other questions, we could certainly entertain a recommendation for the board to approve both handbooks.
With that cell phone policy change, did teachers weigh in about their thoughts about that?
That's a good question. I relied solely on the high school admin team, so I can find out before our meeting this evening.
And is it going to be the same policy for elementary?
The same policy as last year.
Okay.
Yeah, so the high school and elementary schools have very different policies.
One thing I didn't see is along with all that took place a few years back, one of them was that we did not allow backpacks to be used between classes at the high school. I think I read through this now. We're encouraging the use of backpacks, but I think it said to get to school, but it didn't. I don't think it addressed during the school day. And I think, of course, elementary probably would be a different standard needed than at the high school. So are we should there be something that it's okay to use a backpack in between classes? I guess with a 7-hour day, you're going to have very short passing times, and might make sense to carry more than one class's worth of stuff with you.
Yeah, I'll check with George, just to make sure we're on the same page, so I got an answer about that tonight. So there are two viewpoints. One is that we don't want those backpacks in the classes. But then on the other side, we also don't want a whole bunch of kids congregating all the time in the locker bay during a pandemic. So that will be allowed to some point, but we don't want to encourage it by prohibiting backpacks. So let me just check with George here at the end of this meeting on both those issues. Or actually, if you don't mind, I'll send him a text here while we keep talking.
That's a good question, Arlen. I know that's one that was a hot issue for my kids. My one who's not even in Red Wing schools anymore is still.
Well, when that went in effect, it was when you have 20 or 30 kids in a classroom, maybe even 35 or 40, and they all set them on the floor, it's a hazard tripping over them.
It could be, yeah.
The way it was back at that time, I saw some examples of it. And yeah, it gets to be a certain area. You got to be careful where you step.
Yeah.
So I have the backpack issue. What was the other issue I was going to check on? I think it had something to do with cell phones.
What teacher feedback was about cell phone use. Because I could see, like, you know, in some classes, like say an art class, I know sometimes when I've subbed in art classes, the teachers don't care if the students listen to music. And so back before the one-to-one technology, students would listen to music on their phone, you know, with earbuds or something like that. But yet, so there are some teachers who want to have cell phones available for kids to use for things like that, or as a resource or whatever. But on the other hand, I could see it also being problematic if you're the teacher who says no to cell phones, and then it's well, every other teacher says I can, or whatever, you know, just that kind of lack of consistency. I could see some teachers, you know, feeling either way about it. And I'm just curious.
Yeah, one thing
practice.
we want to avoid for sure is to go back to how it was 5 years ago, because cell phones were widely misused in classrooms and it was becoming a real problem. So obviously George would have to work with teachers on making sure that's happening.
Well, there was some video that was even used by students with cell phones and video that appeared that they were using it to set up people to be videoed doing something that could get them in. Teachers, like, well, that's one case was to get teachers in trouble, but it was this blatant use of cell phones constantly, and it's one thing to allow them to be there, it's another to have them out and being used and disruptive in the classroom and distracting you from doing what you should be doing. So I think this addresses it pretty well in the handbook.
So I'll report out to you this evening after I hear from George. Should we jump into do you want a motion to recommend both those handbooks?
I'll make that motion. I can't find the spot where the recommendation is listed.
I don't know if we had one, did we? Well, it would be in the background information if there was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would be to recommend to the school board approval of both the student handbook and employee handbook.
Okay, I make a motion to recommend to the school board the approval of the student handbook and the teacher handbook?
Employee handbook.
Employee handbook, thank you. Memory of a goldfish.
I second that, Nikki Buck.
Okay, moved by Anna, seconded by Nikki to propose approval of the student employee handbook to the school board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I guess so.
Aye.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread. But you did say aye, so it went through 3-1, 3-0.
All right.
Well, Arlen, should we jump into the review of the 400 series?
Yeah, if you want to really get bored, start reading.
You know, maybe we could just say maybe for policies 4.1 to 4.10, if there are any questions about those policies. Otherwise, we can go to the next then.
And you don't have any recommendations for changes at this
No.
time?
Correct. Yeah, these are all just review.
400 series deals with personnel
Yep.
and I spent a sizable amount of time keeping it all fresh in my mind today, so
Yeah.
I'm going to be tired tonight.
And most of these are kind of based on pretty standard, like MSBA, Minnesota State statute type things.
Yeah,
There's nothing that's super
correct.
controversial in here.
Yeah, I think they're all based on School Board Association model policies.
Okay.
So sometimes there are nuances that we can change in there. For example, if there's a name of someone who's a human rights officer, obviously we change that.
Right.
But there's nothing that is opposite of what the School Board Association would recommend.
Right.
Well, if there aren't any questions, how about if we go through 4.11 through 4.20?
Does everybody have a chance to review them? Lie if you want.
By the way,
Seriously, does everybody have a chance to read through these?
if there's ever, this isn't the only chance to ask a question about any policies. I hope that you or any other board member or community member can always ask me. You say, what is this policy? Why are we doing it this way? Have you ever thought about doing it something different? This is just kind of the formal review process.
Yeah, I'm good on all of these through 415. I haven't really read past there.
And there's one coming up right after that had like 25 or 30 pages to it, I think.
The drug and alcohol or the chemical use? One of them?
No, that one dragged out too, but maybe it was 416. To me, it made a lot of sense. It pertained a lot with, the majority of it had to do with commercial driver's license and standards on that. So,
Would you guys be okay if we just called it a review of 4.1 through 4.15? And then at the next committee meeting, we can look at 4.16 and the rest of the 400 series? I'm fine with that.
I'm good with it. How about you guys?
I'm okay with
Perfect.
that.
So for the next meeting then, if you guys could review the 400 series starting with policy 416, and then we'll do the same thing, and then we'll maybe break up the 500 series into the first half and the second half, so we could wrap this up in October. That would be awesome.
I appreciated the advance notice a couple weeks ago that we're going to be going through those. So an email like that is nice.
Little reminder.
A little ahead of time. I didn't really feel like doing it 2 weeks before, and I was going to do it a week before, and it kind of dragged out, but at least I got it done.
The 500 series is pretty long too, so that maybe needs to be 3 sections. I mean, maybe not if we don't have questions, but there's just, and I don't know how short they are. When they're just based on MSBA policy, which is based on state statute, they're so boilerplate that it just, I don't have any questions about those. I don't know if the student ones, if the 500s get more specific about our school.
Really, all of our policies, every single series is based on the School Board Association. So we do need to update them. And sometimes there are questions that I follow up with MSBA about, but usually they're pretty solid. Well, I feel awkward. We might end the meeting here 10 minutes early. I don't know what to do.
Well, I didn't have tape on my mouth, but Cole Stewart here today. Keep me from speaking too much.
There you go. Well, I have to get ready for a personnel committee meeting, so if you're okay with it, I'll just say we adjourned at 4:35.
All right.
Okay,
Sounds
see
good.
you guys later.
Yep.
Later.
We'll be at it in an hour and 25 minutes.
Yep.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh.
we'll get into a routine with
All right, good evening, everyone. It is Monday, August 16th, 2021. It is 4:47, and this is the meeting of the Personnel Committee of the Red Wing Public School Board, and I'll call this meeting to order. We have Jennifer Tift and Pam Rowe and Karsten Anderson here. We are missing one committee attendee, which is Holly Tower. Hopefully she'll be joining us soon. So the agenda is as presented in the board book. So any changes that we need to make on that?
No changes, but we'll have transition planning as a third item. So we talk about the other two items first.
Sounds good. So we'll move up the onboarding and the recruitment since Amy French is here and can give us an update on those two things. So we'll just flip flop our agenda. Sounds good. I don't think we need to vote on that. So Amy, why don't I turn it on over to you for recruitment and hiring update?
Okay, so I'm just going to lump those two together. Actually, they're not going to be two separate agenda items. As you know, we had a third-party vendor, AEM, come in and do an assessment of our onboarding, recruitment, hiring practices, looking over the policies that we currently have. We did get that report back, although between vacations and people being gone, Jackie, Karsten, and I have not had an opportunity to talk yet. But it's detailed there in the attachment that you guys have. What they did find is that we do, our current practices are thorough, they're detailed, they're compliant, they're just lengthy, some of them, with our current landscape, especially with seasonal or temp workers to follow that same process. For an example, we might want to consider looking at different policies for different types of workers in those situations. The landscape, as we know, is changing. It's fast-paced. People are taking jobs before we can even offer them. So we need to take a look at that. And as with any process, it's going to take a while to kind of go through it. But we're definitely going to address this. That's the bullet point 3 talks to that, speaks to that point. Consider different approaches for different types of positions. They did provide some samples and some sample checklists that we'll be looking through. They talked about standardizing our point scales. Great idea. We'll probably look into that, depending on the types of jobs. We do for sure, one thing that I would like to see that I think would benefit the whole district is some flexibility in our policies, depending on the landscape of the world that we're in at the time. You know, right now, there's jobs everywhere and people are getting jobs on the spot. It might not always be that way, but we have to have some sort of flexibility in those kinds of situations so we don't lose great candidates to other businesses. This is a pretty amazing place to work and we have good benefits and great people and we want people to work here and not just get snapped up by somebody else because of our process being so lengthy. And then I think the final thing is just training of the hiring managers. I think it's important to meet one-on-one or in a group, you know, at certain times of the year that might be high points for hiring, maybe over the winter to kind of prepare for the spring rush of teachers or over the summer for other positions, but we do need to do some ongoing training, whether that's yearly or every other year or on a one-on-one basis as new administrators come in. So for instance, when Marcia Walker came in, I met one-on-one with her and went over the process. That's not always feasible, especially with COVID and we don't know where we're at with things. So we'll take it all in. We're going to look at it. I'm excited that we got this. Yeah, and I'm excited to review some of what they brought up and see how that can help us kind of amp up what we're doing.
Can I just ask, in the attachment, where is it?
Yeah, it's not included yet because
Okay.
Jackie, Amy, and I haven't reviewed it yet.
Okay.
But our thinking is that we'll have the auditing firm present a week from tonight.
Okay.
during the workshop
Oh.
session.
Perfect.
That's one of the topics is
Yeah.
recruitment, hiring, and something else.
Yeah.
And so they'll present the information and then we have a discussion. I have some things to add from an equity standpoint. You know, some real minor things, but they're actually a big deal in the long run. So
Okay.
we'll kind of go over it in more detail.
Perfect.
Amy, was that fair of me to say that we'll have the auditing firm present that next Monday?
Yep, I'm working on that. So I think they'll do a great job of presenting the information from their review and get their take on, get their opinion, I think will be helpful for everybody.
And then people can.
Right. Good.
Amy, on number 4, the training of the hiring managers, I'm assuming that is all for consistency's sake, so that we're all kind of doing the same thing in the same way.
Yep, we've been working on that this past 6 months or so, 6-8 months. Yes, definitely for consistency. Maybe get some standardized point scales depending on the position. But yes, we need to be having these conversations more often so that we're all on the same page.
All right, any other questions? I see in our chat box that our other committee member is ill this evening and won't be joining us, but she'll have access to all of this information and hopefully be there next Monday night if she has any questions that she wants to follow up on as well. Anything else about onboarding? I'm assuming that that's kind of the same thing, the standardization of onboarding, start of job, although you'll have to have some obvious job specific things too.
Yeah. And it's more about the recruitment and the process for getting people in the door. The onboarding's a separate thing that we need to work on with administrators also, but a completely different set of roles and responsibilities during the recruitment process than there is during the onboarding process. So it's ongoing.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine who does what during that onboarding process. Even in my own job, every time I onboard somebody new, it's a completely different practice on who does what, who I need to get from whom. And so, the more we can be consistent, I think that will just make everybody's jobs a lot easier so that we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel every year, every couple of years.
And really, we're getting better. Last year during COVID was actually helpful for the HR department. I might be one of the few people that say that, but I was kind of forced to do a lot electronically. So it became a universal electronic onboarding process instead of a different 3-ring binder for a different type of employee, food service, teacher. It just became kind of a funneled down electronic version.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else on your end, Amy, or questions you have of us or things you need?
No, we do have 15 teachers, new teachers to the district that will be doing orientation tomorrow. So that's exciting.
How many
Kirby and I.
positions do we still have to fill?
2, I believe. The first and second grade that was just posted last week, and ELL position that needs to be filled. So 3, 4.
Have we been able to fill that other position, the communications person?
Yes.
It's on the agenda for tonight.
Oh, I must have that. All right.
Yeah, we did interviews last Wednesday.
Oh, good. All right, good. I'll go back and look at that. Must have missed that in all my late night reading. We've had a lot to read this week. All right. Well, thank you so much, Amy. And
Thank you.
as committee members, if we ever have any other questions, that Amy's always available to answer our questions. And we appreciate the work you do.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Amy.
Bye-bye.
So then the last thing on our agenda for just tonight is the transition planning.
So this is probably new to Jennifer, since you just started on the board, but not new to Pam or Holly or many of the board members. But we've done a lot of work with transition planning in terms of, for example, we have Kevin Johnson, who is working part-time for 3 to 5 years while we bring in Alan Gaylor to do the Director of Buildings and Grounds work. It's a great arrangement because Kevin has certain expertise, and then he can work directly with Alan, so that when Kevin is officially done with everything, then Alan will be in charge of it.
Right.
That's one example. We have, Chris Clausen came back and worked on a hour-to-hour basis this past year during COVID, because Joni Gorman was completely new to everything in Red Wing schools. So it's kind of a different model we used. I've always promised that I would work with the board on other transitioning plans, including for myself. And so the purpose for tonight is just to explore some possible ways to transition when I leave the superintendency here. And we want to do this with other district level positions, as well as some other coordinator positions as well. So you'll see this topic a lot over the next year. I just think it's really important to do transition planning. Because you never know when there's a change, and we all need to be on the same page as far as making sure that the change is not streamlined, but it's effective in terms of how we move forward. So anyway, to help with some of that transition planning for my own position, when I leave Red Wing schools, I just threw out 3 possible scenarios, and I'm just hoping that you give me some honest feedback. You can certainly do it during the meeting today, or if you have an email that you want to send my way, I'll definitely incorporate that into another round. So we don't have to look at it and say, well, we want this one, let's do this, or we don't have to decide on anything. It's just kind of the first starting point. So there are 3 kind of ways I think that we could do transitioning. First of all, one option would be to hire now or soon a Director of Administrative Services. This person theoretically could oversee all of the non-instructional facets of the school district. So this person could oversee buildings and grounds, business management, human resources, transportation and routing, communications, anything that does not require a superintendent's license, essentially. That's kind of how I was viewing it. The biggest advantage is that, as a new superintendent steps in at some point, we want to make sure as many things are buttoned up as possible. And typically a superintendent will have experience supervising principals and the instructional program, maybe not so much exposure to negotiations with teachers or the deferred maintenance plan, those kinds of things. I have a background in those areas, and so I think I've been able to fill in the best I can over the past 10 plus years, but a new superintendent may not be positioned in that way. And so that's why this particular model was at least being suggested. This assumes that we would keep our business manager, through SMS. So Jackie would continue to work as a business manager, but we'd have a Director of Administrative Services that would oversee all those non-instructional parts. Again, just a reminder that this would enable the new superintendent to have one person responsible for those things. So the new superintendent could oversee the principals, and therefore teachers, in that way, kind of a stronger focus there.
So really this person, I'm kind of a visual learner, so I'm trying to see it in my head, organizational chart wise. So you would have the superintendent and an assistant? No.
Well,
Assistant,
this
no,
model would
administrative
be
service.
a Director of Administrative Services, or what I've called it in the past, I think was a Director of Operations.
Yes.
Same thing, I just came up with a different name this time, and we could figure that out later. So the superintendent then would be directly responsible for principals and the Director of Administrative Services,
Okay.
essentially. And that would be really nice because instead of having over 15 direct reports to the superintendent, there could be, and a director of community education, that's another position. So it'd be very few district level positions that would be supervised by the superintendent.
So really, it's a way of kind of shuffling job duties so that when somebody new comes in, they're not learning the whole job right off the bat.
Right, yeah, and relying on that person to know where we are with teacher negotiations and why this language is a bad thing to propose, or why we did it this way 5 years ago. You know, hopefully we'd have some consistency in who does what. And then, a great example, previous personnel and benefits coordinator left the position about 3 years ago. Well, that left us in a position where, you know, I had to take on some stuff. Jackie had to start learning some stuff in that area as we brought Amy French into the mix. You know, if we had a director of administrative services, then that person would know enough about the human resources department, so it'd be more seamless.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's one option.
so that's one option.
And again, this is just the beginning meeting. You know, it may take months, if ever, you know, to get this done, but I think it's important to talk about.
Well, and it just out there, I'm gonna put it out there that this isn't the first time that this, you know, we've talked about transition planning for a long time for many positions, but not a superintendent. And so I think
Right.
that it's really important to think about down the road, what does this look like? How is this gonna happen? And be prepared.
Yeah, I talked 2 years ago with some board members, and so some plans were kind of in the works. But then a lot of other stuff happened and we didn't really follow through with a more formal discussion. So now I think we should have that formal discussion.
Sure.
You know, sooner rather than later. The next option has been kicked around before as well. It would be to bring back the director of finance position as a full-time school hired position. And then relying on this person to take on many of those non-instructional roles. So we'd have to decide what, you know, this director of finance would do or would not do. The couple of big concerns I have with that. Well, first, the advantage. The advantage is, once again, we'd have someone other than the superintendent who could really know those day-to-day operations. So you don't have to rely on an incoming superintendent to do that work. That's the advantage. The disadvantage is that Jackie would not be able to continue in the business management role unless we hired her full-time through SMS. You know, so we could do that. The other negative is that the day-to-day work of a business manager is surprisingly complex and tedious. So I think trying to put all those responsibilities with one person, including a full-blown business management responsibilities, would be very challenging.
Yeah.
I know that Brad Johnson used to be the previous director of finance, and his hours were astronomical. I know how many hours he put in, and you know, he wasn't in charge of transportation or routing or communications or things like that, but I know how much time he still spent on that stuff. So that would be the second negative. Is it doable? Would it really help the system or not? Not as expensive as a director of administrative services. So, you know, we have to remember the cost as well. The third one would be to hire an assistant superintendent who would eventually become the superintendent, possibly, depending on how the board makes those decisions and the timing of those decisions. But until that transition took place, or the person was chosen, then he or she could work on particular projects, especially those focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's just what I'm throwing out there. There could be other projects that the person would work on. Maybe it's instructional, or maybe it's teacher evaluations, or you know, something else. It doesn't have to be diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I know that's a big part of our planning process, so that's why I threw it out there. You know, this particular position, if it was ever adopted, would be for a limited period of time. and would eventually phase out, I think, after he or she becomes a superintendent at some point. Now, of course, that's what I'm saying today. Every board can make its own decision. So, who knows what would happen in 2 years or 3 years or 20 years, I just don't know. So the positive is that we would have, an increased focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I think we all agree on. We'd really shore up our work together as principals from an instructional standpoint. Those are two big positives. The negative is that, for one, we wouldn't be able to hire someone. We may or may not be able to hire someone this year. I think it'd be tough to hire an assistant superintendent in the middle of the year, maybe at the end of the semester. Maybe there's an internal candidate, maybe not. So there'd be some questions there. So anyway, those are the three different options that I'm just kind of throwing it out there. And if you want me to pursue any of them or all of them or something else in more detail, then I could certainly come back to a subsequent personnel committee to discuss further.
This is a lot to bite off and chew. First of all, when we talked about the director, a director of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I thought we had kind of decided that maybe we don't want to hire somebody because that should be encompassed in every job description. Everybody should have that lens, not a director making sure everybody's got that lens.
Right.
So I'm not sure I want to spend money on a special director of that. But I see an assistant superintendent doing a lot of things that a director of administrative services or operational manager could do. I mean, it all depends on how you want to break down the job responsibilities and where people's gifts and passions and interests lie too.
Well, and that's another advantage I think you just described. Maybe I'll say it a different way, but if there was an assistant superintendent, then we could make, or the board could make future decisions based on his or her skill set.
Right.
So,
Because we've talked for a long time in this committee about getting you some more help because you have a lot on your shoulders and a lot of duties. So we've talked about, even without a transition, to get an assistant for you. There's just never been the time or the money or the right time to pull that trigger because, now we've just talked about cutting back a whole lot of money in our budget. So, that's also an issue is, where are we going to get the money from to do any of these things?
I think it would almost, we don't want to be heavy in terms of district positions. So I'm very cognizant of that.
Right.
We'd have to think about that very hard. And that's why I think, maybe it could or should be implemented like during my last year of employment or something, or maybe shortly before my last year or something with a primary objective, transitioning out. And I'm certainly not saying that, oh my gosh, the district's going to fall apart if I leave. That's not it at all. Please don't take it that way. But, if there could be some joint work together,
Yeah.
I think we could accelerate our progress instead of just kind of meandering.
Yeah, I think that would be important. You've been here for 10 years and like Pam just said, you have a lot of responsibilities. So I like the idea of transition. I was just wondering, listening to both of you, if the assistant superintendent idea would give us a little more flexibility in terms of what they do, like you said. I originally liked the idea of the director of administrative services just because it seems like a good spot to break the two positions to take some of the duties away from you. And that makes sense. But maybe if we're talking particularly transition here, then that assistant superintendent would be a good idea. And then that person would be able to have some say in, like Pam said, what they would be doing based on their skills and interests.
Yeah, as far as flexibility, I agree with you. Because if we did have an assistant superintendent, then we decide who does what, in terms of the transition.
Right.
The negative is that we'd have to hire someone with a superintendent's license.
Yeah.
So we won't have the same availability of candidates.
Well, and I think too that I mean, the other piece that we have to consider and think about is if I were somebody who held a superintendent's license and I applied for an assistant superintendent, hoping that that job might morph into something,
Mhm.
maybe it might not. So I might be up and moving my family to Red Wing for a year.
Right.
And,
yeah.
you know, that's a tough job to sell to people. And that's assuming we couldn't find somebody in Red Wing. I mean, there's probably oodles of great candidates here that I don't know about. But, you know, I just think, what if the board, after a year of having somebody as their assistant superintendent, doesn't want to hire them as the superintendent? There would be no guarantees there.
Right.
So
Mhm.
that's also difficult, I think.
Mhm.
You know, so then do we do school boards do a very long, lengthy superintendent search when they've got an opening. So how can we hire an assistant superintendent thinking they're gonna maybe be the superintendent, but we didn't go through that lengthy superintendent search
Mhm.
Right.
because we hired them
Could we
as
do
an
a
assistant.
similar search
I
for an
think
assistant superintendent?
that would be the one way to address it. And by the way, I've never done anything like this before, so
Yeah.
we want to check with MSBA, but
Yeah.
I think what we could do, let's suppose we want to do it tomorrow, find an assistant superintendent who's going to take over for next year. Now, right now I have a 2-year contract, so that wouldn't make sense, but, you know, theoretically, we could go through a long process, find that assistant, you know, maybe is somebody available January 1st, then we bring that person in on January 1st for the rest of the year with the understanding that we picked him or her to be the superintendent starting next year. Or if there isn't someone that we really want who's available mid-year, we could hire the next superintendent, you know, just to take effect on July 1st of that year. So there wouldn't be an overlap then, but, you know. So there are lots of different things out there. And I can check with MSBA unless Pam, you want to, as the chair. You know, could we hire someone, let's say tomorrow, to be the assistant superintendent and at the same time hire him or her to take over for me, you know, whenever I transition out? I have no idea. There might be good things about that, but there maybe there's some bad things. I just don't know.
Well, tomorrow's a difficult day because I'm sure people are pretty set for their next school year. I mean,
Right.
that's all hyper theoretical, but
Right.
I'm glad we're having this conversation now because I think we would be in a very strong position for 10 months from now. You know, like I think we
Right.
need to get our ducks in a row right
Yeah.
now so that we have a plan going forward. I don't know what the next 6 months bring, but I think
Right.
now's the time that we need to, if that's the true intention here, to
Right.
transition and make a transition, then we need to honor that and move forward. So I think I'm happy to call MSBA and, you know, see if they've got some ideas on
If you
options.
could,
I think that'd be
I
a
think
great
that would
idea.
be helpful.
Yeah, because they always say, you know, if something happens to your superintendent, we're the first people you should be calling. So, you know, I'll make that call tomorrow and see if they've got some ideas on, you know, maybe I'm sure there's got to be other schools who have gone through
Right.
some orders.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this before I go on any further. The director of finance, we used to have one,
Mhm.
and then we changed that model. Can you were here when that happened?
I
Can you talk about why we went that way and now maybe why this is one of 3 options going back the other way?
Well, we went to this model because of money. That's what it came down to, because Jackie is hired through SMS. We pay a certain amount to SMS, and that's it. Whereas a director of finance would likely earn more money than that. If we're gonna get a top-notch director of finance, it would cost more. So it truly came down to money at the time. And, you know, I have enough background in some of those non-instructional areas, so I think we've made it work the best we can. But, you know, this is kind of a transition plan. So what are we gonna do after that happens? And it would put the next superintendent, whenever that might be, if it's a month or 2 years or 10 years, whatever that is, put that person in the best position to be successful.
Right, and the money we're talking about is a transition amount. It's not like we're hiring a brand new position forever and ever. It's a set time, but we can morph our organizational chart however we
Mhm.
want with duties and titles, but
Mhm.
it would be, the transition piece would be a finite amount of time.
Yeah, and that'd be up to the board to decide.
Right.
Because the money situation hasn't changed. If anything, it's
Right.
gotten more dire.
Mhm.
Jackie does a bang up job. So part of me is reluctant to change the finance piece.
Right.
Um,
If that was,
Especially
oh, go ahead.
considering the other responsibilities that the finance director would take on. It just feels like it's not, that finance is one thing and all of these other things are just separate pieces. And so it feels like it would be too much for a director of finance to take on all of that.
Yeah, it would be a lot, unless we had really strong planning in those individual departments.
Yeah.
So for example, food service, we've talked about hiring an operations manager to work under Brent. If the operations manager was hired and had a chance to have his or her feet on the ground, then Brent there'd be very little, or there won't be as much work for the business manager or for the director of finance or the administrative services person because that's set up so well and there's actual transition within the food service. So, but if it's just kind of where we are right now, where superintendent has to step in for different kinds of roles, then I think it'd be really challenging.
So this is what I asked a couple of years ago on this committee when we were talking about when Beth Borgen was leaving and Kevin was leaving. What we need to do is come up with a huge list of every job in, the upper echelon of our organizational chart and, plug in, what are the different scenarios? Scenario A would be the director of how does that look and who would do what? I'm a visual person, so I'm having a hard time thinking about how that might look. I think we probably don't love option number 2 just right off the bat, but what would 1 and 3 look like?
Right.
And I know those things are negotiable based on who we hire and when we hire and how we hire, those job duties, but kind of what is your vision for that?
Yeah.
How do you think you could help make this current organizational chart look something different with these
Right.
people in it? How does that morph and
I think
who does what?
that's a good idea, just to be able to see the difference too between what the assistant superintendent and the director of administrative services, what different roles would they have?
Mhm. Yeah,
That would be
and
good.
who supervises who.
Yeah.
Right.
And what would
And
it look like 3 years from now?
right. And I do think we have talked about needing an assistant superintendent for a while. So even though this is a transition plan and it might have a finite amount of time and money, is there a way that we could keep that organizational chart moving forward financially? Obviously, many things would have to give,
Right.
or somebody would have to take on some extra duties. Or, I know that the operational manager for food service, that would come under the food service budget, so that wouldn't impact, but it would take a load off of our side of the budget in terms of time and energy on
Right.
other positions or job responsibilities. So
And by the way, right now with food service, things run really, really well.
For sure.
So I don't want to give any impression. that,
Right.
Right.
I'm not spending a lot of time on food service.
Yeah.
But if Brent left, there'd be this huge vacuum.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the superintendent or the business manager, somebody would have to be involved a lot more until somebody was hired and trained in. So right now it's going great, but that could change like that. Just like it happened with human resources. Connie Bryant and Amy French are both fantastic, but whenever there's a transition like that, there's an extra burden placed on others.
Right.
And just like in every private business there is, so if
Any
we can
job.
minimize that. we
Yeah,
wanna-
any
we
job.
wanna do it.
Yeah.
My feeling from the group is maybe to further refine this and maybe show some visual.
that would be
things.
helpful for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like that too.
And I know it's almost impossible to put dollars on any of this, but if there's a way to kind of think about how that would impact our budget and
Sure.
how we could maybe play around with different scenarios. I mean, maybe we just need to see, you know, maybe option 1 and 3 on paper and who would do what. And from there, we could maybe bring in Jackie to think about, you know, how could this look financially?
Right.
Where could we cut back for a year or two so that we could make this transition work,
Can we use ESSER 3 funds or not? I
right?
don't think we can, but
You never
you know,
know.
maybe there's a way to,
Mhm.
you know, maybe instead of hiring an assistant superintendent, maybe it'd be a director of something that would qualify.
Mhm.
Because you can still pay the same amount as, you know, I mean, there are all sorts of variations there. So,
Oh.
and I can do all those things.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just think
so,
we have to think about what makes the most sense. And if that means shaking up the whole apple cart on our organizational chart and restructuring it, I know I hate to say that, but you know, we have a certain set amount of money and we have jobs that need to be done, and how can we plug in the right people and the right responsibilities so that it all works and it's not all on a superintendent's shoulders
right.
for you or the next person that comes along.
Yeah, another thing I'll add if I can is I'll expand the chart to show department transitions. Because I have some very simple things we could do there, and so if I can just show that, so at least you know that we're not just stopping with this one. You know, what do we do if Jackie retired, or one of our technology people? You know, what do we do to help minimize those transitions too?
Right.
In a cost-effective way. So I'll not only budgeting, but also show some of those things too.
Sure. Well, and we were pretty good, I think, at morphing, you know, Beth Borgen's role and her responsibilities when she left. You did a great job, I think, about, you know, transitioning Kevin out because he knows everything inside and out about this district.
Right.
And so we
Right.
were able to transition him. He's still here and passing along all of his knowledge to the next crew while still being a great resource for us. And so it wasn't like a cut, gone and done, you know, so we've been able to develop a great transition, I think, with that. So, you know, if we can learn from that and figure out a way for a superintendent position to just be able to make sense, I think that's a great option.
Yeah.
I think I have enough direction, so I'll come up with something in September.
Okay. And then I think, you know, if we can maybe have a workshop on this, I think it'd be really a good idea at some point to bring in the larger board to have a much lengthier conversation on HR planning. We've done that in the past. But, you know, I think the board needs to have, you know, an opportunity to speak what their vision is,
Right.
and where they see it going and what makes sense, and what they would be willing to support.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Perfect.
definitely. Sounds good.
You, Jim, and I can figure out a time for that.
Okay.
I'm assuming that we'll want to go through this committee one more time before a workshop, just to make sure we fill in some stuff before going to the workshop.
I think that'd be a good.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we're ready to discuss it quite yet. This is just the first time. So,
Perfect.
I think we need some time, both of us probably, to just, I mean,
Yeah.
this is a lot of information to digest, quite
Right.
honestly, and my wheels are turning and it's a lot. This has been a lot.
Well, good deal.
Yeah.
We're done early.
All right, well,
2 committee meetings in a row. I feel like something's wrong.
what is it, 5:26? We'll be adjourned. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I will find some of my the last time,
Yeah, and I'm sure
because I thought we had it done. I thought we had really good progress.
School Board meeting. It is 6:01 and I would call this meeting to order. The first item of business is to take roll call, starting with Mr. Bryant,
Here.
Ms. Buck,
Here.
Eriks,
Here.
Ms. Ostendorf. Here. Ms. Tower has indicated that she will be unable to join us this evening. Ms. Tiff. Here. And Chair is here. So we do have 6 board members present along with Superintendent Anderson. With that, the next thing we do is we rise and we say the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is our flag. Also one on your screen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I has offered to read our vision and mission this evening.
The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. Our meeting agenda is listed in the board packet. For those of you visiting tonight, there's also a copy on our table, but I'll explain our agenda as we go along this evening. Any board member have any changes to the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the August 16th, 2021 meeting agenda.
Motion made by Jim. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second made by Anna. Any other discussion? We'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Eriks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The agenda passes 6-0. Thank you. All right. The first item on our agenda then is to call your attention to our education plan. It's in our board book always, but there's always a poster here in our room that helps us to stay focused on what it is that's central to the job that we do here on the school board and throughout our district, staff, students, parents alike. We are all invested in our vision and mission here. So please take a look at that. Then we have recognitions and upcoming events. Does anybody have anything they'd like to share? Other than school is starting, the school supplies are out. I know I've already invested some cash on that, but that's always an exciting time for our students, is to get stuff for their desks, new backpacks. That's fun. There's also several places in town throughout the United Way is offering a backpack program. So if that's a need that you have for your students to get some donated materials that are brand new, give the United Way a call.
I would also say that fall sports practices started today, and that's exciting for a lot of our students.
Absolutely. And a great day for that. All right, any other recognitions or upcoming events? All right, then the next item on our agenda is public comment. And I'll read the guidelines of public comment. This is something that we read every single time in conjunction with our public comment. We expect that comments be limited to 3 minutes per person and that a representative be selected to speak on behalf of a group of individuals attending the meeting for the same topic, if at all possible. Today, we have a timekeeper. That will be our clerk, Jennifer, so she will be able to keep track and make sure that everyone is given 3 minutes. At the 2.5 minute mark, she will raise her hand so you know you're getting close to 3 minutes, and then she'll raise her hand again at the end of 3 minutes and we'll have to move on. School board members will listen to public comments but will not discuss the topic at the meeting, although my guess is many of you are here for the agenda topic that's coming right after public comment, so we will be discussing at a later time. Let's see, a summary of the school district's actions in response to public comment will be provided to the school board, individuals submitting public comment, and or public at a later date. And we expect that comments remain respectful and appropriate. We're not going to identify any current or former students, their families, or staff members by name. And as always, we expect really that comments and our time together to remain respectful and professional. With that, we do have 7 individuals here that have signed in for public comment, and I do have one email that was provided to me that I will read on her behalf, and I will start that out. It's a letter that was submitted earlier today by Patricia Schammel. She says, "Dear school board members, it was my intent to attend this evening's meeting with a request to speak. However, family comes first and an unexpected need has made it impossible for me to be here today. With that in mind, I would like to share some thoughts with you all. First of all, I commend each of you for taking time to serve our school and the children there. Our country is in a time of discourse in almost every aspect. These days, we live in a complex society with seemingly insurmountable hills to climb. I ask you to think carefully when making decisions that affect our youth and their future. I can't think of a more important task than this. Please give each challenge and possible change a hard, long look. It has always been my belief that a school's responsibility is to academics first, with extracurricular activities as a close second. I can see the importance of sports, music, and art in a child's growth and feeling of well-being. This partnership has worked beautifully for decades and has produced well-balanced graduates ready for their next step. I am, however, concerned about the cluttered road ahead that already shows the added attention being given to politics in general, to include the critical race theory, which is proving to be damaging beyond words. It has been my personal experience while attending church, going to the park or pool, eating in restaurants, attending sporting events and/or musical concerts, watching parades, or just going to the clinic that I've seen all colors and races working and living together. My great-grandchildren will gravitate to someone of another race or color more often than not. Children seem to see this concept in a better light. It is my belief that we are going backward with CRT and that too much emphasis is being placed on this said issue. I'm not saying this problem is solved, but I have seen steady improvements as the years have evolved, and am hopeful that this will be eradicated. If the lion's share of all people feel the same, it is possible. I do believe discussion of this complex issue in our schools only exacerbates the issue. Another thought tells me that when we are spending time on things other than reading, writing, math, science, geography, history, next page. Is that my 3 minutes? And the like, we are taking time and attention away from the work teachers should be doing. With that same thought in mind, medical issues should be handled by physicians and parents as they manifest themselves in their homes and families. Stepping into areas that should not involve schools is problematic at best. If we keep to the simple idea that schools are for teaching the necessary subjects that give children a robust knowledge of academics that contribute to productive lives in our society, we have honored the profession of teaching. If we stray too far from the goal, take away necessary thresholds that show growth, and spend time focusing on things that should be learned in the home, community, neighborhoods, and churches, we miss the mark. Sincerely, Patricia Schammel. The first person on the public sign-in sheet is Ann Ramseth. You could come forward.
That's me.
What's going on?
Sarah, we're here for you.
Say, before you start, we're just gonna make sure the microphone is turned on.
Yep, the
You're
mic
not
is
gonna
on.
delete me, are you?
No, I will turn the camera on so everyone can see you.
Well, why would I want that?
You can also see yourself there.
I know.
And all the other board members. So, thank you for being here. If you could state your name and your address for us, that'd be great.
Ann Ramseth, Stockholm, Wisconsin.
Okay.
I am a property owner in Red Wing and pay taxes in Red Wing.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I have great concerns about a face covering restricting the natural flow of air to the lungs, and brain, and causing possible respiratory problems and the amount of carbon dioxide associated with this restricted breathing. What measures would be in place to handle sneezing or coughing in their masks? Have you informed parents who want to mask their children's the best mask, and are you going to provide it? Regardless of these concerns, it is up to the parents to make these decisions about the welfare of their children. Who better to decide? To you parents, nobody is more concerned about your child's health than you. To mask or not to mask is entirely up to you. And whatever you decide, it is your decision along with your child's. Take the time to listen to what your kids have to share about their concerns and experience after you make your decision. Don't let any entity have control of your children. Look at Nazi Germany in the 1920s and see if there are any parallels. And to the school district and staff, there will be no punishment, no repercussions for students masked or unmasked. Talk to your children if they experience any of this. Make sure they are aware they are not to be targeted. At the last school board meeting, I was startled when vaccinating kids was brought up as a way to resolve COVID. Are you going to have a pop-up clinic in schools? Well, it's kind of interesting. I was at a school board meeting in Ellsworth and the superintendent said no. And you are aware the CDC, a federal agency, gave the NFL Alumni Association $3.5 million to promote getting this shot. Money seems to be the driving force. What would your incentive be? I hope based on data. Have you or are you getting any federal, state, or local funding for this push? If so, you need to provide info to where it is going and what is it going for. You need to provide us data for Goodhue County and Red Wing concerning COVID. Okay, I'm going to take my husband's last 3 minutes.
Is he on the list?
Yeah, he signed up.
Okay, great. His name is?
Robert. Is this a high transmission area? Decision is best for our children can't be made without this information. The numbers show cases and deaths, but public health was not able to break down the numbers according to age. That isn't sufficient information. Polio targeted kids and they were vaccinated. Parents were not. COVID targets a much, much older population. We need data for our area. The New England Journal of Medicine states on the Nuremberg Code that states that for experimentation, voluntary consent is absolutely essential and enables the right to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior forms of constraint or coercion. Some of that I did quote. Now forced evacuations is surfacing. Parents, you do have rights. When it comes to making decisions about your child, exercise that right. Remember, mandate isn't a law. I encourage parents and grandparents to be really involved in what goes on in our schools. Go to school, sit in on their classes, so you are informed. You'll have to fill out a background check, but you do not have to write down your social security number. That was according to the district's lawyer. We need accountability from the district. They have to answer to the parents. Make your tax dollars work. Protect your kids. This is a very critical time for our children and grandchildren. We have to step up and protect their well-being, fighting for their freedom. My 3 minutes up?
45 seconds.
Okay. I'm teasing. Well, I just want to say, we need to have dialogue. Will you school board members meet parents to discuss something? Because up here, you don't discuss a thing, you just listen. And I've been before a board before. You listen and nothing gets done. It's like the concerns of the parents are not heard, they're not discussed. So is anyone willing to do that? Well, I think we need to set up a time with parents because we need answers to make decisions about what is best for the kids in this district. And we need input from parents.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ann and Bob, for giving your 3 minutes. Appreciate that. Next on my list is Chloe and Shelley Struess.
Is this already on?
It is right on, ready for you to go.
If you want, you can grab another chair.
Welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. So my name is Shelley Struess. This is my daughter, Chloe Struess. And actually, Chloe just graduated. She's the youngest in our family. We live in Red Wing. And so I don't have any kids anymore in the school district, but I've been listening to the school board for about 1.5 years now. And I feel, very passionate that we live in America. I believe we should have freedom of choice. If the CDC and the Minnesota Department of Health are just suggesting masks, I don't think we should mandate them. Because we lived firsthand, Chloe being mandated masking last year. She was involved in sports and student council. She's a very active student, and it was less than ideal.
I definitely did not enjoy wearing a mask, and I know many kids that really hated it, and it was awful, like sitting there in class, especially when the classrooms were warm and your face was just felt disgusting. And I think kids should have the right to choose. Yes, if they want to wear a mask, great, that's your choice. But if you don't want to, you shouldn't be forced to wear a mask. It definitely was not a great experience, and I would not want to wear a mask.
And I'll just reiterate again, if the Department of Health and the CDC is just recommending, I don't know why we have to go another level above that at this time. So that's our input.
Thank you. Michael Montgomery.
Good evening. My name is Mike Montgomery, and I have 2 high school age children in Red Wing. I'm a property owner and taxpayer. Recently, when asked about returning to mask mandates in schools, Dr. Fauci said he believed it would, quote, be temporary, and did not believe there'd be any long-term adverse effect amongst children. Like, are you kidding me? Okay? We are raising a generation of kids right here, right now. They are being conditioned to be afraid to breathe normally. They are scared, some of them, to breathe fresh air. I see kids walking down the street on a beautiful day like today wearing masks because they are afraid of what they've been told. They're afraid of killing grandma because of the information that they have been fed. Guess what? You guys know this as educators, I believe, at least I hope so. Children need to be able to see faces in order for proper development to take place. They need to see expression. They need to be able to respond with expression, but you want to slap a mask over these kids' face for 7 to 8 hours a day. And I'm just going to point out that Ms. Tiff was here sitting unmasked the whole time, and then when we go live on the camera, she puts her mask on. It is a sham. It is an absolute sham, okay? Do not tell me, I'm a pastor and I'm connected with pastors all throughout this country, and kids everywhere are suffering because they are being forced to wear these things all day long. And I've talked to pastors who are dealing with families whose kids are suffering long-term effects, okay? So my question is, if you believe it's about safety and well-being, if it was truly about their well-being, you know what? You would take all the masks, pile them up, douse them with gasoline, and torch them on fire, honestly. Okay, if you mandate masks, what's next? Vaccines, experimental medicines that we have no idea, no idea long-term effect. And you want to give this to 5-year-olds? Are you kidding me? We don't know what it's going to do for their reproductive health. We don't know. I'm not saying that it is or not, but we don't know. But you guys want to do that? That's crazy. Okay, what, a shot every year for every COVID variant? That'd be ludicrous. Okay, I believe that most of the staff and teachers, I'm guessing most of you have been vaccinated. If so, what are you so worried about? Like, okay, here's the truth. Here is the truth. Our kids under 25 years old have a 1 in a million chance that they are going to die of COVID. 1 in a million. They are more likely to be struck by lightning, okay? And they're more likely to die from the seasonal flu. Have you ever mandated masks for the seasonal flu? I don't think so. Shame on you. Because guess what? Every student in the Red Wing School District is at more risk of suffering some adverse effect from the seasonal flu. Honestly, guys, it's abuse. And if you mandate it for all the kids, you should be totally ashamed of yourselves for considering it, okay? And I would tell every parent here, do not let them put masks on your kids. If they do, stand up to it. And guess what? If they do, pull your kids from the school and seek other options.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We appreciate you being here. Mr. Kajewski, you're next.
Well, kind of in the same vein here. I'm Matt Kajewski. I live in Red Wing. I have 4 students in Red Wing Public Schools, a senior, a freshman, a soon-to-be 6th grader, and a 5th grader. To begin tonight, I wanted to read an excerpt from an article that was just published last week entitled Critical Thinking Needed, August 12th by Jackie Cushman, appeared in the website The Creators, which is a website for syndicated authors around the country. For the past year and a half, we've been told repeatedly to rely on the science. First, Dr. Anthony Fauci of the National Institute of Health told us not to wear masks. Only those in medical settings needed them. Fauci then said we should wear masks. Then people were seen wearing several masks. We were told that there would be 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Then longer shutdowns came for what seemed like a lifetime. Scientists initially said that the vaccine could not be produced within a year. When it was, the vaccines were marketed as COVID-19 prevention by the government. That they would then prevent COVID-19. And there was a rush of people to get vaccinated. Now with the Delta variant, breakthrough cases are happening, although outcomes are normally not as severe. We've recently been told we should return to wearing masks, even if we're vaccinated. And this week, Dr. Fauci said that vaccines have been made available by the Food and Drug Administration under an emergency authorization order are as good as if they were approved by the FDA, even though they're not approved. If your head's spinning, you're not alone. It's not just the recommendations and regulations that are constantly changing. The data is suspect too. The article then goes on to talk about all the changing data and changing opinions and what goes on. So to summarize, just because the data and opinions are different than what you're currently inclined to support does not make them misinformation. I urge all of you to think critically about all issues that come up when exercising your duty as school board members, including COVID-19 and whatever the next pandemic or emergency will be, because I guarantee you there will be another one, SARS-CoV-6 or whatever you want to call it. Specifically regarding masks in our schools, given that the information and messaging from health officials and scientists seems to be evolving and changing, I urge you to defer to the side of freedom that is the bedrock of our nation. Give parents and children the freedom to choose whether or not they want to wear a mask in schools. Do not vote to mandate masks for our children. For those students and parents that aren't comfortable with that, there certainly is online school options, whether that be from our district, school district, or others around the state. COVID has proven to have less of an adverse medical impact on people under 18 than other age groups. Do you really feel comfortable that we know the physical, medical, mental impacts of prolonged masking on children might have in their short-term or their long-term development? Are we as a school district prepared to pay off lawsuits 5, 10, 20 years from now with people that have had adverse impacts on their breathing? Thank you.
Mr. Jake Dahl?
I went to a school board meeting in Ellsworth. There were 49 parents there. 18 parents got up and talked, and they passed the mic around the room. There wasn't any limitation on the amount of time they had. They respected the parents.
This is the policy that we've had in place for years and years about limiting public comment to 3 minutes. That is not
Well,
something.
maybe that needs to change.
Perhaps, but that's not something that we'll be able to change or discuss tonight. But we will definitely discuss that in another board meeting. I have Mr. Jake Dahl on the.
I'll pass my time to Ann Ramsey.
Oh, I'm done.
Anything that you'd like to say?
No.
Okay. And then Carmen Bartleson.
Pam, I think I sent you mine.
I don't.
You can read it or I can read it.
If you wouldn't mind reading it, Carmen, that would be great. If you sent it.
I didn't know we could speak.
Absolutely.
Hey. Really? Okay. Well, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. This is really important. And I don't know if you want me to speak. I'm not speaking for the group. And it's the same issue. It's mask mandates. So.
Please, go ahead.
Okay.
You're on the list, so you
Okay.
get 3 minutes, just like everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
So this is what we've learned since the start of the pandemic regarding the children and COVID-19. Children are at a very low risk for severe outcomes. They are less likely to get infected or transmit the virus. They are not super spreaders. However, they are a very high risk for suffering and lagging behind educationally, socially, and emotionally. According to the CDC, as of today, only 3 children have died with COVID-19 in Minnesota. Not one has been found to have died of COVID-19. 2 of these children had comorbidities. That is a mortality rate equal to 0 or technically 0.008%. There is no data supporting the use of masks for children in schools, absolutely none. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, 378 total children's deaths were reported. And that goes up to the age of 20. They're counting 20-year-olds as children these days. In fact, to the contrary, last week, 8/14, we had a Brown study come out, and this was shocking to me. Someone sent this to me. It brought tears to my eyes. 180 children, these were all white children, considered privileged by some standards today from Rhode Island, found that composite IQs in children born during the last 2 to 3 years, were now testing 21% lower than the initial test results from their initial studies of their IQ. The cause, they believe, is environmental changes, the isolation, the parental stress, the decrease in adult interactions face-to-face, and this is affecting boys more than girls and marginalized children more than any other children. The children of all ages learn by face-to-face interactions. Dinner conversations, debates, questions, and answer sessions spur critical thinking skills. These studies are unfortunately limited to 1 to 2, which lend to the question of why. The NIH spent $42 billion on research, and yet not one study on masks on children in schools. COVID-19 issues for adults, what we know. There are no studies supporting vaccinated adults needing to wear masks, absolutely none. According to the CDC, and as late as 7/29/21 this year in the US, out of 161 million who have been fully vaccinated, 4,072 hospitalizations with signs and symptoms of vaccine breakthroughs have occurred. Hospitalization rates are 0.003.
Okay.
I'm going to take his time. 3 minutes from that gentleman.
Yes. Okay.
And 849 deaths from COVID breakthroughs, the death rate being 0.0005%. There has been an uptake this week, but it's expected to go down again, as it always has. According to the CDC, Minnesota has nearly 70% of the adults, including teachers, vaccinated. These numbers do not include those adults with natural immunity, which is more effective than any of the vaccines. With every problem, we need solutions. Masks need to be optional and up to the parents. We need to teach and encourage respect to others and their choices and decisions. We need to encourage good nutrition and outdoor activities, and we need to create a plan to recover lost learning. We are here to support our school board and work with you. Bring us together. Do not divide our community. One size does not fit all, and facts should always overrule fear.
That concludes our public comment portion this evening. I've received no other requests for public comment. I just want to say thank you for coming. We've received dozens upon dozens of emails this week, as well as your voice this evening, and you've given us a lot to think about. We very much appreciate and want to work with you. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
We're not allowed to speak unless we've been on the list?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, not this evening, but I do love, and I wrote this down, the suggestion about having some time that the public could come and have conversations with board members. I think that's really important. You're always welcome, not just to come to public comment, but you can call any of your representatives on the school board anytime and have conversations with us. Our phone numbers are listed on the school website. So please feel free to call any of us at any time. You're always welcome to email us at any time, because we can't do this work without you. We can't do this work without your feedback, and it's really important. So thank you for being here, being passionate, and speaking your beliefs. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, which I'm sure all of you are here waiting to hear us discuss, is the learning plan for this coming school year. So I'll pass it on to Superintendent, who can brief us on his recommendation this evening.
So there are 3 documents that are included in the board agenda packet. First of all, a background information sheet about the learning plan for this coming school year. Another document that talks about the proposed learning plan with some different options for the school board to consider. I guess there are 4 documents. And then we have one version of policy 808, or the COVID face coverings policy, kind of option A. That would be if face coverings are required for all. And then another version of that same policy if face coverings are required only for E through 6 schools, E standing for early childhood.
But there's not a third
We
option, that's
don't,
option C.
excuse me,
No
we really don't need a policy if there are no requirements for face masks, because that is our current policy. So we don't need a policy for that, because that's kind of our current status. So those are the documents that are included in the agenda packet, so anyone can take a look at it and provide me with written feedback at any time. So, obviously this is a tough decision, a tough recommendation for me, a tough decision for board members to make because there are varying perspectives. We've heard a lot of feedback on both sides of this issue, especially with regard to face coverings, somewhat regarding quarantines of students, but mostly it's been face coverings. I will say that about 2 or 3 weeks ago, my recommendation in the initial learning plan was we should not require face coverings to start the year, knowing that it could change, circumstances change. Over the past 2 or 3 weeks, based on emerging information locally, statewide, and throughout the country, as well as consultations with
a lot of people, including our COVID response team, as well as building and district administrators, my thinking has changed. But really it's going to be up to the school board to make that tough decision. So when I came up with a recommendation for tonight, came up with, some of the most important considerations that I think should be factored into the decision. And I came up with two. One, of course, is the ongoing issue regarding student, staff, and visitor safety. But perhaps just as important or more important is a value on making sure that we can bring kids in for in-person learning as much as possible this year. We do not want to repeat what happened last year, not only in Red Wing, but throughout the state and throughout the country, when we had, and for some periods of time, the entire district learning virtually. We don't want to do that. The administrative team and I do not want to quarantine entire classes or teams and other groups just because of how close they were to other people who were infected with COVID. That was really hard on the people who work here, and more important, it was hard on the students and their parents. We want to avoid that. It's really important to the COVID response team, administrators, and myself. So those, in my mind, were the two most critical considerations. And I'll just jump right into face coverings. The recommendation that I'm making is option A, which would require face coverings for grades E through 12. I know that's completely opposite from what people here would like to see, but once again, I really focused on that critical consideration.
Are they doing
I
social
want
distancing?
as many students learning in person as possible. That's what I want. That's what we want.
What about discussing this?
And
with
so
parents?
that's why that recommendation is being made for the face coverings. And I need to tell you the exact moment that I changed my mind on face coverings. It's when I learned firsthand that if we have face coverings required of students, that will greatly limit how many people might have to be quarantined for this year. The CDC recommends two things. First of all, if someone is vaccinated, they should not have to, excuse me, man, you're out of order right now. If somebody is vaccinated and they are near a student who is infected with COVID, we do not have to quarantine that person. That's why vaccinations are so important to maximize in-person learning. Here's the second part
For
that is
5-year-olds,
critically important.
6-year-olds?
Say, Mike, you're out of order as well. So the other key thing is that if there are two kids who are appropriately masked, one has COVID, the other one is, nearby, let's say 4 feet away from that person. Last year, we would have to quarantine that person. Cause big problems throughout the system. This year, the CDC recommendations are that even if they are 4 feet away from someone with COVID, as long as both kids are masked, they do not have to quarantine. That is a huge deal. And that's why my recommendation, I don't know if the board will approve it. We have 6 people here. I don't know if 4 people are going to vote yes for it. But that's why I completely changed my mind. If we require masks for kids in grades E through 12, we will have fewer quarantines, and therefore we will have significantly more in-person learning. So just to give you, reasons for that. The quarantine, oh, by the way, the policy, I think, the recommended policy, if we go for that option, has some nice adjustments compared to last year. So The thinking is that we would focus on masks just for indoor spaces. There are some exceptions for outdoors, but by and large, it'd be for indoor spaces. We would allow people to appear for spectators to come to athletic events because we view that as sort of a choice, that people would be able to come to those events without masks. And there's some other more lenient interpretations of face masks. So you can see those with the exceptions portion of policy 808, if you take a look. But I think we've taken some of the most difficult challenges last year, and we made some adjustments to this year's policy that we would hope would be approved if that option is picked. So that's the recommendation in terms of face coverings. In terms of quarantines, we have some suggested changes there as well. And unlike last year, the thinking, well, first of all, for grades E through 6, kids cannot get vaccinated. So we do have concerns about the transmission of COVID from one elementary child to another. There would be very few quarantines if the kids are wearing masks in the classroom. Very few. Last year, we quarantined entire classes because we were trying to follow the standards of the close contact work at that time. This year, if both kids are masked, there'll be very few quarantines. In terms of grades 7 through 12, it's a very different challenge. The recommendation has to do with providing more loose quarantine requirements, which I think most people here would endorse. Maybe you wouldn't want any quarantines, but if you're gonna have quarantines, you'd want the looser quarantines. Administrators agree with that. And so what we would like to see is that, at least at the beginning of the year, high school students in close contact with an infected person would not need to quarantine because of the universal face covering requirements. However, vaccination rates, school and community transition rates, and overall compliance with face coverings could lead to a change in that particular recommendation. Instead of focusing on the quarantine, what we'd like to do, if there are kids who are in close contact with someone infected with COVID, we would like to notify the student's parents, and so they could determine if they want to voluntarily quarantine or not. We think that's the appropriate thing to do if masks are required for our students and staff. So those are the two quick recommendations. One other point is that I too appreciate the comments I've heard. I've heard it from all sorts of different people. The administrative team and I will fully support whatever decision is made by the school board. We realize it's a tough decision. It has lots of ramifications, but we are supportive of whatever the board decides.
With that, I think the best thing to do at the board level, I have some things I'll share, and if we could each board member weigh in on where we're at, and then we'll look for a recommendation and a vote. So again, thank you to the public. So many emails, phone calls that we've all received. We definitely appreciate and value every single voice. And I'll tell you, I have spent hours reading everything you've sent me, watching the videos that have been sent. I've been poring over as much data as I possibly can, as I know that my fellow board members also have. Before us is an impossible task. And it's impossible because there's no pleasing everybody. And when we're in a position of not being able to please everyone, that's a hard place to be. But we do have to make those difficult decisions, and that was what we are here to do this evening. One of the reasons it's extremely difficult is because, our job is to educate kids, in my opinion, and we're not here to make medical decisions for our kids. I believe that wholeheartedly. So we rely on medical experts to help guide our decision making. However, the trouble with that is that you will find medical experts who will testify to both sides of the mask issue. You can find medical experts that say you absolutely need to mask, and you will find medical experts that say that it's more harmful than good, as we've heard tonight. And so that makes it really difficult to make a decision when you hear both sides, you see evidence for both sides, and yet we still have to leave here tonight with a decision. But regardless of educational experts or medical experts, I really believe parents are the experts in their child's life. And I really think it's up to parents who need to choose and decide what is best for their children medically. And so I would defer to our parents to make the best appropriate decisions for their children. I will say, however, I cannot support the learning plan as it is presented this evening. Even if we mandate a mask, there's no discussion whatsoever in the learning plan about when that would end. And I do not see any reason to have a mask mandate for a full school year. I cannot support that. We've heard about statistics in Goodhue County. We've gotten lots of information from other school districts about are they masking, are they not, and that's helpful. However, Red Wing is unique and we need to make decisions based on Red Wing kids, data, school system. And I also just want to weigh in on quarantining. Masks are damaging, I think, to kids, but living out as a parent, the quarantine rules and guidance that we've had in this last year is has taken its major toll on kids in our district, as well as parents. We've put our families in ginormous predicaments when we say, oh, your kid's been exposed, now your kid has to quarantine for 14 days, and you have to find somebody to take care of that kid for 14 days. So what do we do as a district to support those families then? Are we prepared to give COVID leave again? I mean, where does that begin and end? I also have to think about, and someone's mentioned it here tonight, about variances, just like with the flu. I think we're going to continue to see variants on these COVID issues. And so it's an impossible decision, but as it stands right now, I cannot support the learning plan as it's presented. I'd like for each of us to weigh in, and then I see Mr. Bryant is in the queue, so we'll start with him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've, the last several weeks, last several months, we've all had received an enormous amount of emails, which I have, like you, have read them all, responded to a couple, but I think we're all pretty much up to our, coming into this, had an idea where we stand on it. I just want to bring out a few things, and I'll let my colleagues here to speak to it. I also appreciate everybody in the room. We're virtual because if we have more than 4 people in that room, the rest of them cannot be virtual by regulations or laws or whatever the recommendation from the state. So we have people that aren't still there, but September we will be in person. No matter what we decide tonight, there's going to be a group of people not happy, no matter what. I was in a larger store this weekend, and there was about 50 people in the store. I was all over the store, and the employees were masked. However, of the 50 people, I only saw 3 people that have chosen to wear masks based upon the recommendation of the CDC and the Department of Health. It's their choice, and I have no problem with people wearing masks if they choose to wear a mask. I do not feel we should be mandating it. The state of Minnesota mandates so many things upon schools and school boards. And this one, they're just kind of sitting in the sidelines, letting it fall to the local level. I wish they gave us that local authority a little bit more often on other issues that we have faced on a regular basis, but they don't. Either side of the issue that you're on, whether you like face masks or don't like face masks, there's enough information out there for everybody to take their position and find the information for that. I understand that. And again, I respect anybody that has chosen, that wishes to wear a mask. I have zero problem with that. That's your choice. That's fine by me. Somebody talked about vaccinations. I mean, we've had vaccinations around this country for decades and years, even more than that. I encourage people to get vaccinated. When you get the first chance that you're eligible to get vaccinated, get vaccinated. Unfortunately, some people have chosen not to. That's their choice. But that's part of the reason why we're here tonight. So with that, I'll let other people speak, but I will not support a mandatory mask in our schools at this time. I think by doing so, if we do a mask, we can we'd be more restrictive. And if we need to be more restrictive down the road, I'd rather go into more restrictive than try to be really restrictive and then try to come out of it. So at that point, I will not support option A or B at this point. Option C is my choice, no mask, or optional for the parents to bring in.
Just realized the video is on for the public here, so I'm going to turn it off. The microphone is still there. Unless you guys want it on.
Why can't leave it on?
Okay, as long as you're okay with it, then we'll leave it on.
Oh, yeah, let them see. All right, let them hear what we have to clap about.
Ms. Buck, you're up in the queue.
I myself, I wear masks everywhere. That's my personal choice because I don't trust being told what to do, especially with my health. Being wrapped up in the health system since 7 years old. So I manage my kidney disease all naturally the best I can, but since joining school board, I've been having a lot more severe flare-ups. And that's due to the stress and reliving essentially what I went through in the system. It's a way of life to me. Like, if you go back on some of these videos, you'll watch me wrap in these plants. I wholeheartedly believe in my way of life that has sustained my health. I caught COVID. I had 0 symptoms. I didn't pass it to anybody. I respectfully quarantined. I did my part. But that was, that's my choice. I have a really hard time forcing my beliefs on other people, since that is exactly why I fought the system going through it the first time. My right to be different. So I have a really hard time with that, but I also have a really hard time not knowing and the possibilities. We all went through COVID last year, and the ripping back and forth of the children of it doesn't matter how old they are, whether they are strict structure or not structure, everybody thrives in, they be able to handle life better, academics better when they can get their stress and management, and consistency with a schedule is very crucial to, so, and when they see all their adults, not getting along, and some of the adults are calling each other names and instead of coming together, which I really appreciate each and every one of you being able to come in and express your feelings. But we have to remember these little kids that are watching us. We're all in this together, but I have a really huge, what are we going to do if COVID runs rampant through the schools again, and we don't have like the extra space like Jefferson, and we've cut our budget, we have busing issues. This is where I'm getting a little bit more scared about in our future, versus masking. It's your words that you spoke earlier about trying to accommodate. This is a really tough situation. Couldn't we just do maybe something in passing with masks, and then in classrooms just let it to be a family and a child's personal choice? I myself would probably wear one because that's my own personal choice. Now, I see it as a logic of not preventing just other things, but like there's other things that are going through really bad, and it's like RSV season for babies is horrible. I'm a firm believer in building your immune system and, focusing more on nutrition and exercise, getting these kids outside to exercise those lungs, getting them outside in wintertime and crystallizing those lungs are really beneficial, these type of things. So that's my view on it. I just don't feel right telling people what to do. That's what I don't really feel okay with, but we have to make decisions that accommodate everybody. So I just wanted to throw that little suggestion about maybe masking. I don't know.
Thank you, Nikki. Anna's next in the queue.
So, obviously there are lots of different opinions about this, and we've received, of course, tons of emails. And everybody who spoke here tonight was opposed to masks, but the vast majority of emails that we got were actually in favor of universal masking. Ultimately, though, I'm not an expert in infectious disease, and as far as I know, nobody who spoke here was either. So I look at the agencies who are. The World Health Organization, CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, and Minnesota Department of Health all recommend universal masking for E12. And so that is what I'm going to go with the information that we have right now and the transmission rates that we have in our county. Pam, I do absolutely agree. We need to have like an exit strategy. Right now, Goodhue County level of community transmission is listed as high. So the bottom is low, then there's moderate, substantial, high. I would like to see that we revisit this, whatever we decide regularly. And if we can get down to that moderate level at least, then, potentially remove the mask requirements, at least for some of the students. But for me, one of the big deciding factors is that if we have universal masking, we don't have to do as stringent quarantines. And I think having the kids in-person learning is the most important thing. Of course, wearing a mask is not ideal, but I think it is far better than us having to quarantine and having kids miss school due to quarantines. So I personally am in favor of option A.
Jennifer, you're next.
I would just say that it's our job as the school board to make decisions that lead to the best education possible for our kids. And one thing we've seen in the last year and a half is that not being in school is not the best way to educate our kids. So what I would say is I agree with this learning plan. I think we need to mask E through 12. And the reason for that is that we need to have our kids in school, all kids in school all the time. And so I agree with what is being said here. I also agree with what Pam and Anna said, that we need to have a plan moving forward. Right now, with what our numbers look like in the county, in Red Wing, this is a good way to start, I believe, so that hopefully those numbers can come down rather than continuing to go up as we see throughout the country. And if that can happen, then I think we need to have a plan so that masking is not something we continue to do. It's not fun. We all agree with that. We all agree that our kids need to be in-person learning. But something has to give here. And I would rather have our kids and our staff masked and safe and have them in our schools rather than having quarantines or outbreaks. They need to be able to do the activities. They need to be able to be in athletics. And this is what the experts, and yes, they are the experts, at federal, state, and county level, they are telling us that this is what needs to be done. And they're not just recommending it. That can't make a mandate for us to do that. That has to come from the president or the legislature or the governor or the local state legislature. They can't say you have to do this, so that's why they are not. They're leaving it up to us to make that decision. And so with a recommendation that is what happens in the school district. So I do believe, as Anna said, we need to follow those recommendations. That's what we do as the school board all the time when we make education decisions. We look to the people that know the best in their field and they guide us. We set the goals, and our goal is to have our kids learning in school. And so they have said, if you want that to happen, this is what you need to do. And so I do believe we need to follow those recommendations.
Thank you, Jennifer. And last but not least, Mr. Derricks. We'll give you the last laugh.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if that's going to be last, but at least that'll be the last comment from all of us, at least the first time around. I got some questions I want to ask as I talk here. I asked Karsten if he could get any information on what our area schools are doing or planning to do, or is it too early on that?
I did contact some neighboring superintendents as well as superintendents from the Big Nine Conference. I am not aware of any neighboring school districts that are requiring masks. Now, some of those decisions have not been made formally yet, but that's where I am right now. In terms of the Big Nine, I'm really hesitant to share specific school names because I know some of their plans have not been approved. But my understanding is that Rochester is currently requiring face coverings for at least grades K through 6, and at least one other school is planning to require it for grades K through 12. There was a third Big Nine school that was kind of heading down that direction, but then reversed course. So as far as I know, there are 2 Big Nine school districts that are requiring masks for at least some of the kids. Again, that's changing all the time. So I don't want to put words in any school district's mouth.
Thank you. Then as far as Rochester goes, I just noted today in reading Post Bulletin that they have a K or an elementary mask mandate, but not secondary. But the things have changed, and the superintendent is recommending that they go to masking throughout the entire district. I don't know what the board is going to be deciding on that, but trying to keep track of things as best I can. The next question is, in our board packet, I saw some reference to Goodhue County's COVID cases at being somewhere between 50 and 100 per 10,000. Do we have a more accurate number on that?
I thought it was per 100,000, by the way, not 10,000.
Yeah, I think the county calculates it one way and perhaps the CDC calculates it a different way, so it's a little murky. I know that we do have some information that I received recently. Lisa, could you show the extra that we added today, the email coming from Goodhue County? You may not have that in the paper version.
One? It was from today?
Yeah, it was from today. It's an email message. It might be as an extra.
I only have the 812.
Yeah.
That was also in the board book.
Yeah, there was another one that I think was added today. So we'll see if Lisa can track.
Projected 7-day case rate from 8/8 to 8/14. 187.94 cases per 100,000 residents, which means high transmission, excuse me. And then we're also seeing something on our screen. We could make that a little bit bigger for us, over 50, Lisa.
And this is getting to Mike's point. The projected 2-week case rate from the first 2 weeks of August is 31.32 per 10,000 residents. And then just like Pam said, the projected 7-day case rate, which is the CDC metric, is 187.94 per 100,000 residents.
So what I'm seeing is just a little bit further, Lisa. Red Wing, ages 5 through 9, we have 2. Uh-oh.
Yeah, 10 through 14, there's 2, and 15 through 19, there's 9 cases.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. All right, thank you.
And I know that people are probably tired of hearing me say this about 19-year-olds, but typically 19-year-olds are not in our system. And so when we include that age in the 15 to 19 category, it's including a lot of kids who graduated from high school. They might be working, they might be at college, but they're still calculated in the number. So I just want to be transparent about that.
Any other questions?
Thank you on that. Based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like those cases per 10,000 are probably as high as what they were when we hit our peak last year. And maybe I'm in.
100,000. It's 100,000, Erlen.
And then, so I mean, it sounds like our numbers are up to me, they're up close to what we were when we hit our peak here last.
Not enough.
Shonda is on the call, so she might be able to clarify. if that's okay.
Yeah, the number 31.32 cases per 10,000, that was similar to the number that we were getting all year. So when we were watching, if we had, between 0 and 10, they said it was okay to be all in person. If it was 10 to 20, then the high school should be hybrid and elementary is in person, that kind of thing. And so we're in the 30 range at the moment. So that would probably be, I can't remember, high school in distant and elementary hybrid right around there. But the new number is coming from the CDC, and it's cases per 10,000, and that's how they're rating low, moderate, substantial, or high. And by those calculations, there are 187.98 cases per 100,000 residents. And so Goodhue County is considered a high transmission county.
All right. I don't need to go much farther on it other than I'm just pointing out the numbers are up considerably from what they were. And we were looking at a lot of other things coming out of distance learning or whatever. This stuff has flared up in the last month, basically, and we have a lot of stuff going on. The Sturgis Bike Rally is a concern of a lot of people, how many people are going to infect there. We've had county fairs and other community events, and now we got the state fair coming up, and those results won't come back to us. We won't know whether those became COVID spreaders or not until a few weeks after the event is done. And I have some real concerns where we're going may end up getting to be as we go forward. So we got what's here today and where we need to be planning for where we will be, what we can do when we get to tomorrow. And so I want to see, regardless of how this turns out, a method to change our masking policy, or who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, what criteria are we going to use to change the mask mandate. If things get better and we have a mask mandate, how and when are we going to remove it? If we don't have a mask mandate, how are we going to implement it? When are we going to implement it? At what standard? We need to have that spelled out. And then to go a little bit further, I want to point out, everybody's done it already, elementary students cannot vaccinate. And that is a concern when I look at that. And so for that reason, I'm having a hard time with it, but I believe I support elementary masking K through 6. High school, I do not support masking at this time. If we did put in a mask mandate, how do you enforce it? We already know a lot of people are going to try not to follow it. I respect everybody in their opinion on what is right. And in the end, I have to do in my vote what I feel is in the best interest of everybody. And I don't want to play doctor. I don't want to play God. I don't want to do any of that. I want to try to make the best decision for what we got here. And given the information that I have at this time, that's where I'm at, is elementary masking, but not high school. And I want to point out one other thing. I'm sorry. Regardless, or if we go without a mask mandate, when our students are on a bus, they will still have to have a mask, no matter what we do here, unless we want to violate federal laws and mandates, from my understanding. So there will be masks in our buses, no matter what we decide. That's it. Thank you.
And that, Arlen, just to clarify, we do need to follow federal guidelines as far as transportation. Those do expire, I believe, in September. I don't know if they will, be done then, or if it's going to be continued. But at least at the beginning of the year, we do have to follow those face covering policies on our transportation vehicles.
All right, just one last thing. I have, in terms of quarantine, recommend CDC also not a requirement. So I wanted to make that clarification along with the masks. The masks are a recommendation, not a requirement. So we've all had a chance to weigh in. We've had lots of information that we've already all reviewed, and so I'm looking for a motion moving forward.
I'll make the motion to implement the learning plan for 21-22 with option A for face coverings and option A for quarantine.
Motion made by Jennifer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Anna. Any further discussion? The motion on the table is to adopt option A with face coverings and option A for quarantine and policy 808 option A. We will start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks. Option A, I should point out, excuse me, is to require face coverings for E12 and less quarantining then. All right, sorry about that. We'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
No.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Ms. Buck?
No.
Chair votes no. So option A fails.
Or option A and option A. A for the
Yes, that motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Four? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I think we've kind of come up to the idea that we need to have regular discussions about that. I think we're all on board with that. With that, I'll make a motion that we do option C, and we have a weekly update or sooner or daily or every other day as to how we're doing. If we need to call an emergency or special meeting, we do that to make a determination if we need to be more restrictive. So my motion is to go option C with regular, daily, or weekly communication, and to call any special meetings to address any change in what this motion may or may, if it does pass.
All right, motion made by Jim for option C with regular daily, weekly update and regular communication. Do I have a second? Pam will second that. Any other discussion? We'll roll call time with Ms. Ostendorf.
No. No.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
I don't really like any of the options, but I.
Mr. Derricks?
No.
Aye, so that's a tie, 3-3, which means the motion fails. Do we have any other motions that anyone would like to make?
just to,
Arlen here, I'd like to make a motion.
All right, go ahead.
I would like to propose that we look at proposed version B, which is masking K through 6 and no mask requirement for grades 7 through 12. And I just, that's my motion. I'll discuss it afterwards if there's a second.
Which quarantine option?
I guess I was just proposing policy B, version B.
There is no, do you want to speak to the quarantine option for option B?
well, I think his motion.
You need a second before you can have discussion.
Good point, Jim. Thank you.
I think it died for lack of second.
Yep, Anna has a second. All right, now I'll ask the question. Quarantining, can you speak to that?
Right now, Arlen's motion is specific towards the face coverings for the elementary kids. And so the quarantine recommendation would stay the same as what's in the learning plan for the elementary kids. The administrative team, you know, we aren't all here at the same time, but we would probably recommend the more strict quarantining if we are not requiring masks for grades 7 through 12. But again, that would be a separate motion because Arlen's motion just had to do with face coverings.
All right, so Arlen's motion is to mask K through 6, not for 7 through 12. Seconded by Anna. Any other discussion?
Arlen here. I'm open to either quarantine option, I guess. I don't have an opinion one way or another on it. So if somebody wants to make an amendment to the motion, I would probably be willing to second it if it helps put clarity to it. I think it's better in trying to put, if this was to pass without that, I think it'd be important to somebody. The other thing I do want to point out is if there is no mask proposal approved here tonight, we are leaving tonight with no mask requirement to the district until some other action takes place. So everyone needs to decide what to do at this time, and it doesn't mean we couldn't come back and discuss this at another meeting or whatever. Personally, I wish I could make this decision 2 weeks later from now and have more data on what's going on with this whole thing, but that's not what the public wants, and I get it. We got to try to make a decision tonight. So that's why I'm putting it out here. So.
Anna's in queue.
Yeah, so looking at those quarantining things, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Carson, but it kind of looks like ultimately it's the same kind of thing that option A is only an option for quarantining if we have universal face covering. So it by default becomes option B because then it's if the two people were both wearing masks, you can avoid the quarantine, but if one of them wasn't, then it doesn't count, right?
Yeah.
Like they'd still have to do the quarantine.
I'll probably say that's slightly different because the federal government, state
You guys be
government,
quiet so we can hear, please.
they do not require,
Order, please.
they don't require face coverings or quarantining standards. So really, my statement earlier was just a recommendation I think that would come from the administrative team and myself is that if we don't require masks at the high school level, then we would have stricter quarantine guidelines.
Sure. Okay.
But again, it's up to the board to decide.
Okay. Ultimately, I think that it's important. I still think it's important to have masks for E12, but I will vote for this because I think at the very least having them for the K6 or E6 is really important because they don't have the option to be vaccinated. So.
Do we want to have an amendment to add the quarantining, or is that just in the section then?
We can just discuss that later, I think.
Yeah, either an amendment or we vote on this and then we consider other motions.
All right. So the motion on the table made by Arlen, seconded by Anna, is mask K through 6 and not for E6. Yeah, E6. Thank you. I had K. E6. Is that right, Arlen? E6.
Well, whatever it says in there, I thought it was K6, but what is the wording here?
B says E6.
Can I ask a question?
E6, and not for 7 through 12.
Question.
I'm sorry, I can answer afterwards.
You mean after the meeting?
Yes.
Oh, that won't do any good.
So we'll take a roll call vote on that motion made by Arlen, seconded by Anna, starting with Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
No.
Ms. Buck.
No.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf. Aye. Chair votes no, so that's 3-3, and that also fails.
So the mask policy is in place, stays there because of lack of a majority vote on all three of the motions. So
That is true.
okay.
That's true because that's our current policy, so there wouldn't be a change.
Right.
It would be helpful if those quarantining because we were quarantining at the end of last year. And I know the COVID response team has done some quarantining over the summer, but I think, I certainly would like guidance on what we would do, if any, quarantining to start the year.
Shonda, can you tell us, or Arlen's in the queue, so.
Arlen, go ahead.
Yeah, I think at this point it's essential that we give directive to get, come back to this board either in a special meeting or we'll do it at our first meeting in September, December 7th, that we have some type of plan how or when we want to implement a mask policy or what criteria we're going to use to bring that about. If things get worse, we need to be prepared somehow if this gets worse. I guess we don't have to worry about when we're going to take it away at this time because we don't have one. So, and I accept that, but we need to have a plan in place that if this happens, we are going to have a special board meeting, or if this happens, the superintendent will implement a mask policy, or if this happens, something has to be in place sooner rather than later so we can make a decision. And I don't know, do we need a motion to say that, or what do we need to do?
Anna's in the queue.
Shonda, can you say what the quarantine policy currently is?
Our quarantine policy at the moment is if for a staff member it's the 7 days with testing on day 5, and then 10 days no testing and 14 days if you're at a family member and you're unvaccinated. The policy that we're proposing now with students, we haven't had to quarantine anyone, but we were still at the 10 days with testing on day 8 for quarantine. We haven't changed that all summer. We just kind of kept what we were going with.
Now, what I see in my board packet says quarantining individuals may be on day 7 if there's a negative PCR test.
Yes, we're gonna offer that to anyone who is a close contact. They would be able to do the shortened quarantine of 7 days if they test on day 5 or later and they're negative.
Okay. Mr. Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think since this is just kind of coming around here again until everybody gets vaccinated or eligible to be vaccinated, this will be a regular topic at all our meetings to see where we're at, to see how we want to address it. So we talked about one of the motions to do that irregular. So if we need a motion, if we need to have a special meeting next Monday, if the rates changed, or we'll just do it in 2 weeks, or actually it's 3 weeks. Maybe we should schedule a meeting on the 30th, a special meeting on the 30th, the 5th Monday of the month. We'll have a better idea if we need to change anything before the start of the year. I'm not thinking there is, but let's be honest. This COVID thing is threw us all for a loop in the last 17 months or so.
Ms. Buck?
I strongly disagree with the forcing of vaccinations. More encouraging of a healthier lifestyle and eating and exercise per se. And I really want to highlight the fact of the mental health issue. And this has been going on long before COVID came. It's just blowing up in our faces now because we're getting more restrictions on things. So I would really like during this school year for us to really focus on the mental health aspect of our children, because that's what I'm seeing more issues with our youth. But I also agree with Arlen. We need to have a plan. I do not like having plans just in case, because like I said, if we can keep these children grounded and balanced with a set and safe and secure structure, they'll be able to navigate through the challenges of life a lot better. So I am willing to meet as often as we can to come up with more plans on how to keep our students, our staff, and our community safe, while honoring everybody's belief systems.
Yeah, if I said I want to force people to get vaccinated, I never said that. I encourage people, just like we have recommendations. So it's people's choice. Nobody here is forcing anybody to do a vaccination. So, or I'm not.
Well, and, you know, again, the recommendation is for quarantining, but that is not a requirement. I said earlier, I think honestly that the quarantining did much more damage than mask wearing. The isolation, taking kids out of school, taking kids out of the sports that they love or their activities, isolating them at home, it puts a lot of peril on our families. And so we're between a rock and a hard place, because you're saying we have to mask, but then we don't have to quarantine, but it's tough. It's tough out there, but it sounds like perhaps we're gonna need to go back to the drawing board. Right now, we have no mask mandate, because all three options have failed. And the quarantining will be what Shonda has just recommended.
Say, Shonda, was that quarantine guideline approved by the board after the emergency orders ended? Do you happen to know?
No, we haven't talked about changing any quarantine since we went to the 10-day quarantine for students by testing on day 8. So that's the last discussion that we have. The new proposed would be to offer the 7-day quarantine for everyone, as long as they test on day 5 or later. And if they test on day 7 and they find out on day 8 that they're negative, then they can come in. But then if they decide to not test, we'd like them to quarantine for 14 days, just to kind of be the safest that we can.
So that's our current practice?
That's the one we're proposing. Yeah, sorry.
Right. But we'll need a motion from the board in order to change our current practice. Or we can stick with the 10-day period for students if they're unvaccinated, with the other provisions that Shonda mentioned.
So we're looking for a motion about quarantine.
If the board wants to do that, or we'll stick with our current practice.
Which is 10 days.
Shonda, can you repeat it one more time? I want to make sure it's coming from the expert.
Yep, it's 7 days with testing on day 5 for staff, and it's 10 days with testing on day 8 for students.
You know, we have this thing in place now. It didn't come up to an issue tonight. It didn't come up to an issue since we couldn't pass a motion. So I'm not comfortable voting on something I haven't had a chance to look at and review and have in front of me, present it to us on the agenda, just throwing something on there now. I say if we need to meet, let's call a meeting in 2 weeks and decide it then before school starts. I'm not able to or willing to vote on something I don't have in front of me and be able time to look at it.
I will say that that quarantine period, it is on page 17 of our board book, on the very top. It's exactly what Shonda just said. However, that's assuming some other things got passed. So now that we have no mask recommendation, I think we go back to the drawing board and figure out what we want to do about quarantining. We can do our practices until we're ready to make a motion about that. I don't think we're ready to make a motion this evening, Superintendent.
Yeah, I'm good either way, as long as at least we have a direction for the next 2 weeks. So we could certainly call a special meeting on August 30th. But, I'd like to know from the board, is that special meeting just on quarantining, or is it on quarantining and face coverings?
Can we have it be the learning plan,
Yep, that's an option.
since it's all included in that?
So an update on the learning plan on the 30th?
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Arlen?
Yeah, I know I suggested that I'd be willing for a special meeting. I guess I'm really wondering if it's necessary to do a special meeting on the 31st or whatever day that is. I think it should be an option if things change drastically in a hurry, but otherwise I think we could just let things go until our September meeting. And with all the information on, but that's just my thought. I'm certainly willing to attend a special meeting. I just don't know if it's necessary to try to put something through a week before school starts, or maybe we're better off to just let things follow their course.
How many days?
The only reason I said the 30th, because we have 3 weeks plus 1 day before school starts, because kind of that unusual 5th Monday of the year. So I mean, I'm fine either way, but I apologize. I have something I have to do. So I have a good rest of the meeting. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. I tend to agree with you, Arlen. I think that we can probably let it go until the first week of school. We're going to be, it sounds loud and clear from all of us that we'd like regular updates, probably on a weekly basis, if not sooner, on where things are at. Obviously, when school starts, if there's a huge breakout in our buildings, we're going to have an emergency meeting to change the directive. But right now what I'm hearing is no mask mandate and to continue with our current quarantining of taking a PCR test on day 5, and you can come back on day 7 if you're negative.
That's for staff members. For students, it's.
Students, it's 10 and 8.
Yep.
So they lose more school.
I can't support that, but
That's our current practice. I mean, we could change it tonight, or we could wait 2 or 3 weeks to consider a change.
thoughts from the board?
I'd feel comfortable having a special meeting to discuss plans about quarantining and masking, the learning plan. I don't feel okay starting school. This isn't joyous. I'm terrified, reliving history a little bit, thinking the government's going to come take my kids while they're in school. I'm begging my 2 oldest not to go in. I've got my baby distance. I'm terrified of the school year, and it's not all because of COVID. It's because of the mental health of our students, our children. I don't feel safe. I would feel better if we had an additional meeting to discuss Plan B, C, and D.
How many days do we have? Is it 5 days that we have to give the notice?
Yes. Well, 3 for posting, but we count 5 days, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, regular Tuesday. I understand the need for another meeting, or if we want to talk about this further, but I really do think that our families, our students kind of need to know where we're going. And to push off something for 2 more weeks. And then what if, now they're scrambling at the last second based on what we might decide at the last second. I think we owe it to our families and our students to come through sooner than the 30th. I don't know if that means we sit here and we talk about it until we're done, or, this is uncharted territory. I'm sorry, I'm making things up as I go here, but, we've never been in this position before. This is an enormous decision to make, so I don't want to rush it. I want to give us some time, but I think our families deserve, some time also to digest what we've decided and make decisions based on our decisions. So, to put it out on the 30th, which is 7 days before school starts, or 8 days, that's rough. If we're going to have a special meeting and we want to continue this conversation after we've had some time to digest it, I would recommend that we put together either a special meeting after our workshop next Monday. That gives us a week. I know it's an already filled evening. However, I think a decision and more dialogue sooner rather than later would be pertinent.
There already is a special meeting that evening.
Yeah, we have two other topics. One is
Yeah.
approval of the custodial contract for
Right.
1 year, and then also a closed session to discuss food service negotiations.
Right, so we could add an agenda item.
Mhm.
Are we willing to add an agenda item to next Monday specifically focused on quarantining? I'm seeing no shaking of heads. Anybody want to weigh in on that?
I'd be willing to do that, but I want to also have additional masking information then.
Okay,
I agree with Arlen.
okay. I tend to agree with both of you.
So again, one of the members suggested discussing the learning plan to include face coverings and quarantining.
Yeah, I think that's the big focus is topics. I think we've decided no masks for the time being, but
Can we put COVID update in there along with that? Just the COVID update? Because then we should have updated information to present to us at the meeting.
Yes, we will.
all right. So we will add that to the agenda next Monday. Any other discussion? Thank you very much for hanging in there. This has been a very difficult conversation to have. And again, I said we're in uncharted territory here, and I know we all are doing the very best we can to make the best decisions that we believe are that we can make. So thank you.
Everyone here is welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. If you want, we have several important topics to discuss, or if you want to leave, you can at any time. Thank you.
Next on our agenda is school board reports. We will start with, who wants to go first? Anything new in operations? Any updates? I know that there was some minutes in our board packet. Anything else that anyone would like to share about operations? All right, seeing nothing. Personnel, we don't really have anything else on personnel. We did meet this evening. We got an update from Amy French on our hiring practices and onboarding, so that is going well. And we did talk a little bit about transition planning for different positions. We've done that in the past on this committee. Thinking ahead on what transitions might look like if and when different people leave. And so we started that conversation, specifically focusing on a transition plan if and when our superintendent leaves, what that might look like. So more on that. We just started that conversation, but something that we're definitely going to need to think about, but more on that as we go along. Anything from finance? Anybody want to? Any updates? No? Legislative and Policy Committee? Any updates there?
Yeah, I can just I'll give you a quick update here. We, want me to wait or?
We just closed the door so that we won't hear the discussion in the hallway. So you can go ahead now, Arlen.
All right, thank you. We reviewed the data contract proposals for the Care Clinic, Fernbrook, and I3 Works. Care Clinic and Fernbrook are being worked on a little more, but I3 Works contract, I believe, is in tonight's agenda. The committee recommended approval. We reviewed student and employee the student handbook and the employee guidelines. We're recommending approval of that. And then we reviewed policies 401 through 415. And that's pretty much what we got.
So more to come later on in our agenda is what I'm hearing. All right, thank you. Negotiations are going well. We've been meeting regularly with the cooks, and as you can see, next week we'll be talking about the custodians. We're working on starting our work with support personnel, teachers, and directors, principals.
Both.
All right, so that's up and coming. We'll start that process. Any other committees that anyone would like to report on? All right, seeing none, then administrative report, Superintendent Anderson.
Yeah, I won't highlight every issue because I mentioned them at a previous board meeting, but you can see information about a recruiting of diverse candidate pool of student teachers, social justice certificate, potential student teachers from UW La Crosse. I will add that attendance zones has been a major focus of the administrative team over the last several weeks. We have them developed, and the parents will be receiving their school assignments this week from the transportation department. And then hopefully the following week, they will receive information about classroom assignments. So we're making some progress. It's later than usual, but we're making good progress. You can see future workshop topics include student discipline, recruitment and hiring practices, as well as streamlining of meetings and decision-making processes. That will all be discussed in August before we conduct a special meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Then the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they need to pull from the consent agenda?
I would like to clarify one particular issue under item 3, new hires and reassignments. For Ann Robertson, who would be hired as communications manager, it would be effective approximately September 1st of 2021, not actually on that date.
Okay. I need to pull number 5, fall coaches. Anything else?
I think I want to pull 3.1. I'm trying to find the information to see if I need to or not, so I'll pull it right now. And that's data sharing agreement 3.1.
That would be 3.6.
Where did I get?
3.1 is the full consent agenda on the.
All right, let's try this. Well, anyway, I want to pull data sharing agreement, I3 works. Is that in there?
Yep. So you want to pull that agreement?
Yep.
Okay. Any other things that we want to highlight there to pull? All right, so I'm looking for a motion then to approve the consent agenda with pulling fall coaches and I3 works.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Jennifer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna made the second. All right, we'll take a roll call vote on that, starting with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye, so that passes 5-0. All right, with the fall coaches, the only reason I wanted to pull that is because my husband is listed on there. He's a football coach, and so I wanted to be transparent about that. And I wanted to abstain from that vote. Probably don't need to, but I want to. So I will look for a motion on the coaches.
I move to approve the fall coaches.
Motion made by Anna. Do I have a second?
Jennifer, second.
All right. So we will begin that vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
And Chair will abstain, so that passes 4-1. Or 4 to How do you count
I think
that?
it's 4-0 with.
4-0. And one abstaining. All right, now Arlen, I3 Works.
Yeah, I want to pull this because I don't want to vote in favor of that contract. I just have issues. I'm not convinced on my own, even though it's a recommendation from the committee. I am just not in favor of us continuing to gather data on our people and stuff. And I know there's a lot of merits to it, but I just can't vote for it.
Okay. So I am looking for a motion to approve I3 Works contract.
I'll make a motion to approve the data sharing agreement with I3 Works.
Motion made by Anna. Do I have a second?
Nikki Buck seconds.
Okay. We'll start the roll call vote this time with Anna.
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
No,
Chair votes aye, so that passes 4-1. Okay, thank you. Donations and grants.
Like to highlight two particular donations. First of all, a 3M Foundation grant in the amount of $3,500 for the Twin Bluff Playground. Also, a $1,000 donation collected from numerous community members for the Dick Beach Memorial, and that's going for this summer food service program. So thank you for those donations.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution accepting donations and grants.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna seconds. Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
aye.
Ostendorf?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, that passes 5-0. All right, approval of policy changes is next on our list.
The policies listed have been reviewed by the Legislative and Policy Committee and have also gone under review or revision by the school board on 2 different occasions. I have not received any questions or comments since that time, and so the recommendation is to approve the policies as presented.
I move to approve the policies for the 2021-22 school years as presented.
Do I have a second? Arlen, you're in the queue, sorry.
Well, I'm not seconding.
Okay.
I will second.
All right, second by Jennifer. Now, open it up for discussion. Arlen?
Thank you. I've expressed my issues before with the named Title IX coordinator and also human rights officer. I think the person is a great person. I think it's great as a human resource person for employment. That's one thing, but I have not seen any qualifications or had them given to me where that person should be dealing in student issues. And so for that reason, I've been opposed to these policies all along. I don't want to vote against these policies because they are important to be done. And I tried to figure out what it is I can do here and still support the board. And I thought I studied parliamentary procedure. I thought I heard somewhere where somebody votes present when a vote comes up, but I could not find anything on it. However, in researching it, you can abstain from a vote anytime you so choose. And so I cannot vote in favor of this because of my concerns on the named person, but I am not going to block it either by voting no. So I will be abstaining on the vote.
And then just to make sure everyone is aware of this, if there is an abstention, then it is counted as a positive vote. So I just want to make that clear. Now in the minutes, we'll indicate so many people voted yes, so many people voted no, and Arlen abstained. But if there was, let's say,
Like if it was a tie or something?
a tie, like if it was 2-2 or something, and then there's an abstention, then typically that is counted as a yes. I don't think that's going to be relevant
It's
here.
not gonna be an issue, but I'm not quite sure on that part. I guess I maybe messed up on that, not having an answer on that exactly, but I will be abstaining.
All right, so the motion was made by Anna, seconded by Jennifer to approve the policies for the 21-22 school years as presented. We'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Abstain.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So that's 4-0 with one abstaining.
Or 3-0 plus
Three.
one abstaining. Oh, no.
No,
No, 4-0, you're right. Sorry. My math is wrong. My apologies.
The math guru.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next item, the 21-22 restrictive procedures plan.
Marsha Walker, our special education director, is here to give a real brief presentation about the yearly restricted procedures manual.
Superintendent, chair, and board members. So I'm here to ask for review and approval of the 21-22 restricted procedure plan, which is in your board packet.
And she'll take any questions that you may have about it, if any.
Is there any changes, major changes that have been made since the last school year?
There have been no changes to the plan other than the staff that would be represented on the oversight committee. There'd be changes there.
I have a question. Most of it makes sense to me. I'm just wondering, so there's the following employee job classifications are authorized and certified to use restrictive procedures. And there's other licensed educational professional and highly qualified education paraprofessional. And I'm just wondering, like, are those official titles, or like, how are those designations? Like, how is it determined that a paraprofessional would be a highly qualified versus a new paraprofessional? You know what I mean? How do you make those distinctions?
For our special education paraprofessionals, they're highly qualified because there are requirements to either receive a cut score on the parapro test or have 60 credits or more beyond a high school diploma. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
All right, any other questions? All right, then I believe I'm looking for a motion to approve.
I will make the motion to approve the restrictive procedures plan as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Jennifer, seconded by Anna. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jefferson School.
So last spring or early summer, we did conduct a public hearing to consider whether we should close Jefferson School. And in the end, the school board did close Jefferson School. So the question is, what should we do with the building in the future? And I think it's time to start talking about it. I'm not saying we should make a quick decision because there are so many things in flux. For example, the federal government is talking about 4- and 5-year-old programming. That could influence our decision. There are a lot of public and private partnerships that could be formed on what to do with the building. We just keep it in case there is a resurgence in COVID rates. But the thinking, after talking with Pam and Jim, is that we would like to conduct a public hearing. And I don't have the date right in front of me.
The 26th, 27th, excuse me. Monday, the 27th at 6 o'clock. That's our workshop time.
Yep, in September. that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so we would like to conduct a public hearing to hear feedback from the community as far as what we should do with Jefferson School.
So would that be instead of the workshop or before, after? How is that working?
It would probably be, I guess I'd need to confer with Pam and Jim on that. My, one concern, we don't want to keep putting off these workshop topics because we, keep deliberating different topics. So my suggestion would be to have the workshop first and then the meeting. Might be different though because of the public hearing. Yeah, I just don't know. So we would need to talk about that and then we would, suggest that for that evening.
The recommendation is to conduct the public hearing at 6 p.m. in the room on that evening, Monday, September 27th. Would anyone like to?
Did we have a plan for what the workshop topic was going to be that day?
Yes, hold on just a second.
I'm just thinking if I came from the public, I would not want to sit through a workshop before waiting for the hearing, but also on the flip side, like if the hearing's going to take a long time and then we don't get to our topic, that's also not good, so.
Right. Well, and then another option would be to schedule a different night altogether, either for the workshop or the public hearing. We threw out this date because it's already on our calendar.
Sure.
We could set a different time if you wanted the public hearing at 5 o'clock, workshop at 6, so if you choose a different date,
That way we'd have a beginning and an ending.
Yeah, maybe if we set a time, like an end time, that way, and if enough people come and there's enough interest, like, we could always schedule an additional one, but at least we would know that we can still get the workshop in.
I like that idea.
Yeah, right now, the plan for the September workshop is to discuss curriculum and staff development with an equity lens. So two pretty, well, they're all important topics, but those are, will take a little more time than some of the other topics.
Arlen's in the queue, and Lisa also added that there is a finance committee meeting that day at 4:45. So doing it earlier is probably not going to work for those folks.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you. This was brought up in our operations committee meeting. What to do with Jefferson? Are we going to sell it or what should we do? And I suggested that we get input from the public before we do anything. So there's, as Carson said, I don't know if we should push to move it as fast as we can. Certainly every dollar every month costs us more money if we're going to sell it. But at the same time, we don't need to make a rush decision. We should make an educated decision that has input from the public. I don't want to see what's happened before where, they're just doing it. Well, let's give the public a chance to hear and express their views before we go any further. I'm a little scared about the idea of it being a public hearing because that maybe will get a little bit too formal. If we call it, if it's as a true public hearing with the board, we sit on one side or whatever, or on our computers on the screen, and the public takes turns speaking, giving their name and address and everything else. And maybe that's a good time to do this, pass the mic around and stuff and get input. I don't know. I'm looking for other ideas, but I want the public to give input without being intimidated or it being an intimidating setting. I'll put it that way. I don't think we're going to intimidate anybody, but I want the public to speak. That's what I'm looking for, but I don't know what everybody else is thinking of. So I'm a little hesitant to call it asking for a public hearing, but it would accomplish everything that we probably have. People have something to say about it, but it'd just be nice to have a good discussion maybe or something. That's what I'm looking for.
I agree with Arlen. It'd be good to provide a space so that we can hear from community members on their ideas on what to do with the school, because if you look on social media, people are talking about it. They have suggestions, but it would be nice to provide that safe, open space. And public hearing does sound very formal. I don't know if it's just the way we talk about it, if we could still call it a public hearing, but then make sure we advertise it in a way that people know that it's, that we're open to hearing and discussing.
Yeah, I'm not married to the public hearing. I think the biggest issue is giving people time to come forward and speak
One
freely.
option is to, with the workshop that day, but just have Jefferson School as one of the items. And then specifically note that we will have a dialogue with people in attendance. So I think that would match what Jennifer and Arlen are suggesting, where it's more of an informal dialogue. And it could just be the first item on the agenda for the workshop.
Could we have something specific though, instead of public hearing, like, I think we're gonna need something to be able to put it out there to our community that lets them know that they're welcome. We're specifically looking for their feedback, and we invite, not a public hearing, but what else can we call it?
Feedback session. It could
Open
be
forum, or open feedback session, or feedback Jefferson School. Arlen?
Yeah, another thought that just came to my mind is, would it be possible to hold that discussion in that building? No, seriously, and when I said I don't like public hearing, I guess what came to me that I don't like is, we're here, we don't comment back on people when they make their comments. It'd be nice to just get it to be a discussion. This is our building. Invite the community there to talk about it and understand where the district is at and the give and take. And maybe, I don't think we want to try to cram that into that workshop night at all, but.
If we're having a special open forum at Jefferson, it probably does either warrant a separate night,
or we move the whole workshop there.
or we could do the whole workshop there, and that would be fun too. What if we have like an open forum at Jefferson from 6 to 7, have it a specific time. And then we'll do our workshop there from 7 to 9. I know that gets to be a late night, but an extra hour on one night saves us a whole other night that we have to commit to.
Could we just have you and Jim and Carson discuss this some more and see if you come up with a little more on it? I like the idea of a sizable amount of time that people can talk, but you also put a limit on it, and their 1 hour limit might be good. From 6 to 7, we'll do this or something. I like that idea, but maybe you guys can come up with the nuts and bolts of it. I believe this was recommended for September 25th or something, so there'd be plenty of time to present that back to the board at September 7th.
Yeah, you know, our next agenda meeting would be the 31st. So that would give us some time. We can talk about it on the 7th. That would still give at least 3 weeks, if not longer. So how about we go back to the
It's another
drawing
day
board?
too, if you want, whatever. Come up with an idea to make it all flow.
Yep. I think Pam, Jim, and I can discuss on August 31st. We'll come up with something that I think would satisfy the needs of those
Yeah.
who spoke.
All right, if you have some specific ideas, please reach out to Jim or myself or Superintendent Anderson, and we'll discuss it more on the 31st and bring it back to our next board meeting. Good plan.
Find out how hard it would be to open that building up to have this happen that way too. Maybe because we moved everything out and stuff, there's too much effort to go that far with it.
We need tables and chairs for sure. All right, thank you. Handbooks, next business item.
Okay, we have 2 handbooks for approval this evening. First is a student parent handbook, and then also the employee handbook. The most significant changes occur in the student handbook. First of all, we are proposing to have flex days next year. That is in compliance with the e-learning guidelines set by the state and will enable us to conduct distance learning on up to 5 days each year if there is poor weather, such as a snow day. So in the past, we were not able to do that because we didn't have a plan in place to make it happen. And so we did include that provision in our student handbook so that we can do it for the upcoming school year if the board approves the plan. Second thing, and both these will be well received by our high school students. Principal Nemenich did recommend allowing cell phones in the high school under some circumstances. And so you see some significant verbiage changes in the student handbook. Essentially, it comes down to allowing teachers to use their discretion as far as when to allow students to use their cell phones in the classroom. And the second one, he also said that he'd like to reinstitute allowing students to use their backpacks during the day. So we've gone through a period when they were not allowed. During COVID, we essentially expected it because we didn't want people to go through lockers. This year, backpacks would also be allowed. Those are the most significant changes. Redline versions of both handbooks were included for your review, and I did not receive any comments or questions before the legislative committee meeting earlier today.
I move to approve the employee handbook and student and family handbook as presented.
Do I have a second?
Nikki Buck seconds.
Any other discussion? I, for one, can tell you that my children will be thrilled at those new changes, so.
A lot of people will.
I know, that'll be good. All right, well, any other discussion? We'll take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Astendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant is not here. Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 5-0. Transportation issues.
Great. This is really as an informational item for board members and the community. Because of the significant changes in how we're handling transportation for this year compared to 2 years ago and even last year, just wanted to bring up these 4 issues. First of all, for a period of time, we were deliberating what to do as far as Colville programming times. That has since been resolved, and so Brittany will be reporting that information out to parents who are interested in attending. It essentially required us to double up on some of the buses midday. That turned out to be the best option. It'll cost about $34,000, but by far, most of it, if not all of it, is reimbursed by the state because it's special education programming. So I just want to let you know that the outcome of that tough issue. Second, there were a lot of questions about River Bluff education starting and ending times. We're going to follow we will provide the transportation necessary to provide or to enable River Bluff to start and end at the same time as what we did this past year. So that's been resolved. And that to make that happen, we will continue to have 2 buses picking up the kids going to River Bluff. So it's not a change from last year. The third bullet is just a note out to board members, letting them know that we are once again going to implement the 1 address rule. This is not a popular thing among parents, especially divorced parents and people who might send their kids to after-school programming in one of our community partners. But in order to make our transportation system work, it's really important for parents to tell us 1 address instead of, sometimes 3 different addresses. And so they might be going one place on Tuesdays and then a different place after school on Thursdays and Fridays every 3rd week, those kinds of things. I'm kind of exaggerating, but those were a lot of the issues that we've had to do in the past. So we are doing our best to implement that. It's really essential because of the school attendance zones. If there are 2 parents, one is living in the Burnside zone, another is living in Sunnyside, we're not able to transport, those kids across the school attendance zones because of where they may live during certain times. And so it impacts our families, especially for divorced parents. But it's typically what happens when you have school attendance zones. So I know that our team has been working with parents with questions and explaining, what address to choose for that pickup and drop off. And then finally, and I thought this was, also the one address rule, daycares. I was very concerned about, the transportation for people in daycares, because, once again, if a daycare is in a different attendance zone than where a family lives, we follow where the family lives in terms of school attendance. Well, that can be a real pain for families who have a daycare in a different school attendance zone. Thankfully, though, I learned, or I should say, I was reminded by our transportation department that we did that the best we could this past year. That's when we had school attendance zones for the first time in a long time. And so they've already implemented that to a significant degree. There may be some families who are not aware of it, who are going to experience some difficulties, and I know transportation is going to work with them on a one-on-one basis, just like we do with other requests. But I want to let you know that that's one disconcerting issue that I'm sure will be surfacing over the next few weeks. And then finally, Arlen brought up questions about the 1 mile no bus zone for grades K through 6 and a 2 mile no bus zone for grades 7 through 12. I think the question had to do with what would it take in order to lower the walking zone for kids in 7th and 8th grade. Sarah is shoulder deep working with her team on bus routing for our school and other schools. And so she won't have a full analysis of those costs until probably October is the plan. But the calculations aren't that hard. If you have about 200 kids in 7th grade, another 200 in 8th grade, you have 400 kids. There's a certain portion that live within the walking zone or outside of 2 miles, so you get transportation anyway. If I had to provide a guess as far as cost, it would probably be a couple of buses to make that work. So the cost might be $160,000, $70,000 per year. Again, that's Karsten making assumptions that really, I think we need to wait until October to see what the true cost might be. And then we would be able to see if a change could be made. I will say that maybe a better option, if we really wanted to lower the walking zones for 7th and 8th graders, would be to wait until the school year starts and then see if there is any room on our high school buses. And then we can discuss whether or not we could accommodate the other junior high kids. Now, I say that with some trepidation because this past year, I was also talking about lowering the walking zones for high school kids, thinking that we could do it, and then in the end, it just didn't pan out. So I say that, that would be a dream come true if we could lower the walking zones for some or all high school kids, but I can't guarantee that would happen even after the school year starts. So I just wanted to inform board members as far as what some of those expectations or issues might be.
Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Yeah, with the 7th and 8th grade now included at the high school, adding 7th grade, I have concerns with the 2 mile walking zone and crossing Highway 58. So what I asked for was cost for all high school students transported within 1.5 mile, a 1 mile, a cost at 1 mile walking zone, and also consider an option of having a closer walk zone for just 7th and 8th grade. And yeah, I don't know the cost. I think Carson's on a couple buses probably for 7th and 8th. You have to determine how many fit in that, but there are some advantages by adding a couple buses. If each bus that leaves the high school that has to go west of town takes 10 students or something, all of a sudden that bus route shorten up maybe the bus route on those farther out, because some of those kids are last minute pickups and first ones out on the way to go into another route. So it would take some routing to really maximize that type of thing. But we're in the education business, and we need students in our school, and we need to find ways that people want to come to our school and make it convenient if we can. I've always had an issue, and we don't have it right now, with charging students to park in the parking lot. We get paid revenue for a number of kids that are in our school. So why are we charging people to not take the bus and drive their car to school? That was one of the things on that. On this situation here, you can walk there, you can cross with stop and go lights, cross 58. You might have some that would cross over by K-Wing without a stop and go light. I don't know what's over on the opposite side of the highway from there, but there certainly is housing over there. And I'm just real concerned about students walking across Highway 58, especially 7th and 8th graders. Yes, they're accomplished, they're okay, but I think we need to figure out how to get that walking zone down a little bit if we can. And I don't know if we can. So I'm looking forward to those numbers. I wish I would have asked this question a couple months ago, so it could possibly be incorporated in to figure out routing for this year. But there's a lot of variables this year. How many students are going to do online learning? That's something we don't know. If that number goes up a whole bunch, then that might decrease the number of kids on the bus. On the other end, there's so many things there. So I'm looking forward to those numbers. I hope the rest of you will consider the idea that we maybe ought to try to decrease that walking zone for at least some of our high schoolers, if not all of them. And thank you. We'll look forward to getting things as soon as we can.
Thank you, Arlen. Anna's in the queue.
Has a safe routes to school analysis been done for the high school at all?
We've done some analysis for different grants, Safe Route to Schools grants.
Yeah.
But since I've been here, I believe they've all been focused on elementary buildings. I don't recall a high school one. I might be wrong, but as far as I know, that's where we've been at.
Because I think that would be really good to have, especially since 58 is not signed or, doesn't have a speed limit associated for it to be a school zone. And one parent was talking to me about their kids walk to the high school, that the pedestrian light is not long enough for them to make it all the way across the highway, that they have to stop in the middle. And then there's traffic going by 50 miles an hour, 55, that there needs to be, if we're gonna have a 2-mile walking zone, we need to make sure that that's safe for kids. And I realize not all of that is in the district purview. Some of it is a state highway issue, but possibly if we can pursue the safe routes to school. I know that they do a lot of helpful analysis things to identify key issues that make things not safe.
The city has been very aggressive as far as working on plans like that, and it's really benefited the school district because they're the experts with that.
Right.
And we've teamed up with them on numerous occasions, thanks to Kevin Johnson. So what I'll do is I'll reach out to probably Kate Coleman and just see who we should contact to see if that could be explored.
Well, and I thought when they worked on that intersection a couple of years ago, I thought they actually did the lights better to accommodate our walkers. So I think, we definitely need to check that out, because that's not okay to stop in the middle for anybody.
Right.
There should be some extra signage too, I would think, around that intersection that you're approaching a school zone. I mean, how far is a school zone that,
Right.
I don't know, but yeah.
I'll run
safety.
it by the city to see what their status is.
Yeah, thank you. Arlen?
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to the city, I think the thing would be asking, that's a county road and a state highway that intersect, that have to be in the city limits. I would think that the state of Minnesota, DOT or whatever, would run a study on the timing of it. Maybe we're just hearing it, but check and see if there is adequate time across there, and if there isn't, make adjustments. Usually on a road intersection, the highest up organization takes responsibility for the traffic control. So in my opinion, and I might be wrong, it would be the state that would deal with it. And in the end, it'd be a request from the county and everybody, but in the end, the state is the jurisdiction that maintains the lights, I think.
Good to know. Anything else? You'll follow up on that? Okay. Anything else that looks like, the next item is upcoming meetings and future topics then. Next, what date is it? I'm on the wrong month, but the 23rd is when we have our workshop, and now we've added a special meeting that evening as well. The 31st is the next agenda meeting, and then Tuesday, please note the date change, Tuesday, the day after Labor Day, is our first day of school, so we're all looking forward to that. And 6 p.m. is our board meeting that night here in this building. That will also signify a change from all the option of having a virtual hybrid meeting to all in person. And we've had to switch and push that first date back due to some the laws kind of surrounding open meeting and notification that we switched from hybrid to full in person. So we look forward to all being back together again in person on the 9th. Any other meetings we'd like to highlight? There are several in your but anything else coming up?
Karsten, I don't know what the situation will be on the first day of school, but usually it gets quite hectic in the afternoon on getting kids home the first day of school. Should there be any consideration of moving committee meetings to a different time because of time constraints for you and other people? I'm open to the meeting fine, but I'm just wondering because of that.
Yeah, and you're right. Usually the first day of school is somewhat problematic. This year, though, we do have the elementary kids going first in a two-tier system. They're the ones that, well, we're concerned about everyone, obviously, but especially our youngest riders. So they should be in before any take place. I'm very confident in our bus team and routing team to make sure that the high school kids get in there safely. Also, I can certainly set the agenda up so that we have some topics that are shared by other people. So if I have to step out, I can. So I think we're okay on that day.
Good thinking though, Arlen, because I wouldn't have thought of that. You're right, it's first day of school. Might mess with our committees, but, all right, anything else? And I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Anyone? Nobody wants to adjourn? So
if they don't, you can just adjourn it on your own.
All right, so Anna's making a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Arlen, I'll give it to you. All right, we'll take a roll call vote then, starting with Ms. Tift. Aye. Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derrick.
Aye.
Ostendorf. Aye. Chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 8:23. Thanks, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you all in person soon.
See y'all later.